usually I say I have to lift up and do the front hairline maintenance twice a week. So far I've had to do it 0 times in 4 days. That feels like a record for me, and I feel like this is the strongest hold setup I've had by day 4. Without any oozing, without any stickiness, without any cleanup at all. Because this stuff dries dry. And this stuff is wetter than your mother's vagina on a bad day. Alexa, turn on the light. This hair is devastatingly buffy and curly, and this has got all muck through it, designed to try to keep it down. I could keep going to the hairdresser to try to get them to use thinning scissors, which reportedly have issues. I don't know if my dream of having longer hair can work. You can see under certain circumstances it can, but my hair's so uncontrollable. It just seems like the best course of action is shorter hair, but I feel like I look better when it's longer. But is it worth it? Is it worth the difficulty? I think one of the major problems with the previous hairpiece that I was wearing was that it was a brush back one, so it was conflicting back here at the perimeter. I just took it off my head. It was really sticky, way too much glue all over the place, making a mess, glue in the hairs and everything else. I'm gonna have to go back to the weaker Ghost Bond and just let it do its 24-hour thing. I'll have a shower, get rid of all this muck and dirt out of my hair, try to go back to clean hair for a while, and take out one of my other hair pieces that is not color number 18, that's ready to go, that's all forward in its stitching, so that it'll work. A lot of those ones though have already been pre-cut down to 2 inches, so that's even shorter than what this is. That's 2.5 now. But I just want my hair to be able to be on my head, neat and clean and styled, and not have that disgusting residual ultra hold glue everywhere. So I will shower, pre-glue my scalp with some Ghost Bond. I'll probably put ultra hold along the back, so that back here where it's difficult for the hairpiece to stick on those hairs up here at the perimeter, it'll have some decent hold, and then along the front hairline and everywhere else it'll just be pre-glued with Ghost Bond, and then at least everything will be forward facing at that point. In terms of trying to get the buff out of all of this, it's not been very long since I had the thinning shears put through it. There's a place that says they can do it for $35. I might go to them. I'm not embarrassed anymore when I go to a hairdresser and say I'm wearing a wig or wearing a hairpiece. I'm not embarrassed about that anymore. For a long time I was, but now, so long as, you know, I'm not in the earshot of everybody around me, it's just me and the hairdresser. They're like a doctor, okay? Just tell them what they want. They've seen it all. So yeah, I'll try to continue having a general 2-inch all over style, and I'll go back to using Ghost Bond, try not to sweat. And the thing with my experiment with Max Hold Sport scalp protector, in order to try to get better fixation from the glue without it lifting all the time, in my experiment, when it came down onto the forehead, it was clearly visible, and as I tried to wipe it all off, it made a mess and caused everything to lift at the front hairline, so it was worse than beneficial. The best I could do is probably aim it, and I'd have to mark my forehead, which I intend to figure out how to do, so that I'm sick of having a bad placement where my hairpiece is on an angle, right, where this side is that down there and this side's up here, which has been happening a lot lately. I need to use probably the comb marking method. That could be as simple as, well, it's not simple if my hairpiece is all covered in muck. I need something that doesn't have hair all over it, something I can mark, like a stencil that's flexible enough to go around my forehead. And I know how to make it. You use a styling cap. I might buy a couple more of those. They're about $12 each. There used to be a thicker material version, but I can't find them anymore. They're all very thin and flimsy now. But for the purposes of cutting that to the same size as my stencil and placing it down here, I think it's the best way to put that into position, put the comb in position, or use some kind of invisible marker where I could draw a very clear line that will simply disappear over time. I need something like that. That'd be better than a comb marking method, so I can just see, because I have to wear glasses and it's hard enough to see already, right? So I'll try to figure out those two things. I need a way to mark my landing position at the front hairline before I put the hairpiece on, so there's no more misplacement. And I need to maybe get some thinning scissors done, thinning shears at the hairdresser. I can't do that, that's too hard. I mean, just think about, because it's scissors with holes in it, and you've got to know what you're doing. I mean, I don't, and it's too hard. I'd rather pay $35 every, I don't know, 6 weeks or so. The other thing is the grays are coming through here, but that comes through at the rate of beard growth. So how am I supposed to stay on top of that? I'd have to dye it all the time. Now I do have that stuff in the shower, but it's very dark brown. If it was lighter brown and it doesn't come in different colors, it's just one color. I mean, I've heard there's a blonde version, dark blonde version, so maybe I'll have to buy that one. I'll look into buying that one, the Just for Men dark blonde, if I can find it. Because the one I've got at the moment is turning my hair really dark brown, and that's causing conflict. So I'll try to go to the blondie one, but that could be too blonde, I don't know. I'll look into that. Hi there, I just had a shower, and before I pre-glue my scalp and put my hairpiece back on, I'll tell you what, I took it off because it was just so sticky and gross, and I just couldn't stand it, because I was using Ghost Bond in combination with Max Hold Sport. That alone is just sticky and gross. This stuff, because I didn't measure exactly where it should land, which is the reason I wear poly in the first place. Imagine having to measure it exactly where it has to land. That means you'd have to basically use the taping method, which is Micropore tape that you have to put around here so you can just paste everything, and then at the end when you finish you just pull all the tape off and it's an exact clean line. That's the same as you do with painting a house. But before I put on Ghost Bond, because I know it'll feel cleaner and it won't have that sticky residue all around the forehead, and I've already pre-glued this hairpiece, the one that I just took off and cleaned. Before I do that, I want to try to make a floppy, flexible stencil. Why? Because this is perfectly fine for pressing against a flat piece of hair system to cut out a hairpiece. Yes, it is good for that. Not if it was a rounded hairpiece. You'd need a rounded stencil for that. Like this one I made when I was wearing a full topper, okay? I never bothered with the hairline because I always trusted that the company would make a hairline for me, so I knew that from the edges of the hairline I'd just go up and back and around to the back of the head and then around back to the front. This is part of a Stylist wig, and so is this. This one is much better because it's thicker. You've got more of a chance of being able to trace without it. Look at how thin this one is by comparison. Unfortunately, I can't find that other one material again. I've only been able to find these thin ones. So when you order off Amazon or something, these Stylist wigs, Stylist caps, they're called. See if you can read that. Just get you to read everything for me. What you're going to probably get. I think they've halved the amount of silicone or whatever they're using in order to save money. Now the great thing about these is you can put it over your actual head, right? And then you can put it over a mannequin head and it'll fit both because it'll just conform because it's malleable. whereas your stencil made out of sticky tape and saran wrap is probably pretty shit. So I'll open this up. It always comes with that needle thing, which has got a little hook on it. Probably good for fishing out things from underneath the wardrobe if you've lost something under there. Aside from that, probably a bit dangerous to keep lying around because it's just sort of a pointy object. I'd say just keep it in your toolbox if you want to keep it. So that's the thing. That's the little hook thing. Okay? I have to keep covering my face for autofocus to work. Just a bit of water that was on the floor because I just had a shower. And I guess that's indented for your 1.5 millimeters. I don't know what that means. But you were supposed to pull hairs out through those holes there using this tool, I guess. We're not using it for that. We're just going to try to make a stencil out of it. In order to do this, I'll probably cut out a certain chunk area for myself, then just trace this and then cut this out. Okay, so this thing is big enough to have multiple attempts at this one. So just start in here. There are going to be little circly bumps all along it. I guess I don't really want the bumps at the very front hairline, so I'll trace that there. Could be safer to chop out a piece to start with though, so I don't have to worry about all this mess around the outside. I found that the more frustrations you remove from your life by sweating the small stuff, the better your life will be. Because I think that if you have one frustration, bang, 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 like your phone doesn't work, now it's asking for a password, your password was wrong 3 times, and then you've got to contact the bank, waste your day, all that sort of stuff. If everything just works smoothly, a lot to do with software and stuff as well. I just took my conditioner bottle, which didn't have a squirt gun because it had broken off in shipping, and I didn't contact them to fucking replace it. I had another bottle of conditioner, so I took the lid off that one, the one that works, put it on the one in my shower, and put the one that didn't work on just as a lid for the other one. And just having that shower, I was like, oh my god, I've overcome one of my life problems. Not a big one, but they all add up. Probably about 20 a day. So if you can remove, like say 3 when you see them. This includes doing the dishes for yourself, or even rinsing them or soaking them or something, not taking up all the sink space though, so you can't use the sink anymore. That sucks. Refill the kettle after you've had a coffee. Things like that. Okay, so I'm going to trace this and chop it out. I've never really tested this stencil before. I just sort of designed it kind of based on certain criteria that were not exact. Hopefully this new one will be able to affix to my head, or I'll be able to see where it is on my head, and hopefully it'll be the right size. If it's not, I would make adjustments to this one. This is a permanent marker, it's just a very light one. It's the one I use for tracing them onto my hair pieces. Put that back in the hairpiece box. Okay, why am I doing this? I don't really need a stencil that's floppy if I'm just going to be tracing a hard piece of plastic onto flat hair systems to create hair pieces, am I? No. But what I do want to do is I want to be able to figure out where to mark with a comb or some other invention that I'm going to have to come up with, so that I can mark where I want it to land, because I've had so many issues with placement, once the hairpiece is on your head and the hairs are all in the way, you can't see what's going on. So I want to do that now, once and for all. Well, maybe not for all, because I keep changing my hair piece size. Sorry. So I do have a 3D printer, and I am able to draw things, 3D objects. Hopefully there'll be an easier solution that maybe just involves using a comb, because the solutions I'm thinking of so far are invisible marker with the invisible ink that will just go away by itself, you know, because once I've stuck my hairpiece onto that line, there's no way to get to that line anymore, is there, to clean it off. In the early days, in the olden days, people used to say, oh, just use an eyebrow pencil. It's like, the eyebrow pencil will remain all the way along the front of your hairline. What are you talking about? I don't know what. I think that might... And if you apply glue while that's there, the glue will cover it and you can't get under the glue to clean it off. No. You've got to use tape, which is slow. A spray tanning method by putting something like this on your head. In fact, this could be used. If I could stick this down to my head. This doesn't conform to my head at this size though. It's not. Whereas those other bigger ones that went all the way across and back did conform, this one does not. It's not. It's like a seesaw. It's not malleable enough. It's a shame. But I should be able to get a gauge of what kind of size I'm dealing with. It's not very good. You need that older material. It's much better, or a full topper size one of these, because then the roundness will force it down around your head. Let me make myself a bit bigger here. This is one thing about making a hairpiece. You want to, and also what you want to do when you do make stencils, if there is a straight line across, like these dots along the bottom row here, I should have made sure that where I'm cutting is in the center of that. That's what I did with this dot, see? The dot that's part of the Systema Tupperware container, I put the circle dead center and made sure the line was in alignment with these 5 things here and the Systema logo, so that there's nothing that's going to be on an angle that, you know, stops me from seeing when it's centered and stuff like that. I think I've mostly kept these across, but it could be deceptively wrong. Seems mostly good though. If I look at those 2 points, those lines seem to be in alignment with those 2 edge points. So now that I've got something that I think will mostly conform to my head, but it doesn't actually conform to my head though. Look, it doesn't work. This does not work. It's unfortunate. So even when I place this, I'm still getting it wrong, and I've got full visibility with no hair in the way. Probably because you're tiny on my monitor. I'll make myself big for myself to see. Okay, it's better for me. If that were to go to there, if that were to go to there, it's probably too big, this hairpiece. And how far back does this come? Does this respect the perimeter that I've got shaved? And does it land where I'd want it at the front hairline? No, see, I think this is a failed experiment. This does not do its job properly. Could it be because I took it from a non-curved part of the cap? Would it work better if I took some of that middle bit? Is it worth a try? Would that conform to my head better? Or is it just that the rest of it is pulling it into position? If it is that the rest of it's pulling it into position, then I might as well keep this whole thing intact, because all I'm really trying to do here is get a tracing area so that I can mark it. I could just trace that here somewhere and keep all this in position. Put this on my head and then mark where I want it to land. Unfortunately, this invention that I'm trying to come up with here does not respect glue being already on my head, which it often will be, because I'll want to pre-glue my scalp. Like, I'm going to pre-glue my scalp before I put that other hairpiece on. And when I do that, if I do use the comb marking method, by the time I put glue on here, like if I put this on first, it was fully intact and working, and then I use the comb marking method, then I'd see the marks. I'd say, okay, that's where my hairline needs to be, because I'll have jiggled this into position, and I'll respect my eyebrow. I'll assume my eyebrows are sort of on a flat plane compared to where I want everything else to be. I need the inverse. I need something that can come up like like a Y shape, but that can come from below or in front. Now, what kind of face cage would hold onto something like that? Well, I know one face cage that I have to wear every single day, and they're on my face right now. But I don't know if they would hold up here. I'm not going to pull these apart, by the way, but I do have other, cheap sunglasses but they're designed to fit over ears. They're not going to hold up here. There's no point. But having metal that's bent and could conform to that, the closest thing I can think of is the hairband. But like I say, I could potentially 3D print something if I used probably trial and error to get that curvature correct. I could get that measurement right probably first go, and then I just have to curve it, right? And then put a holding stick or something, and then maybe put like torture nodules in there, so I just put it in position. It won't do anything really, because it'll just be nodules sitting gently on my forehead, and then when I press down on it, it'll create little creases all the way along. And I would measure it based on this probably, if this is the correct hairline. This is just not going to work like this. Would this side have conformed better? Okay, right, okay. This does conform better, maybe because of the shape of it more than the... But I've got to take into consideration that this part here has got no capability of bending. I am going to try this whole thing again and try to not include the non-ball area. It doesn't seem to want... See where the circles are, I don't know if the circles are helping to bind it together, but it certainly is acting better. So even if it was shaped like that in the circle zone of the Stylist cap, I may get a better result, and maybe the experiment isn't going to be a complete failure. This one is. So I'll blue screen myself again so we can do that stuff. The cap idea where I wear it and the whole thing's being held on by my actual head seemed very sensible. I could cut out something up here so that the glue doesn't touch, but then I would still need a band across there, and then that could become floppy. What might work is if I had a band here, a headband here, that went up like that. And the best way to do that from what I can see is to actually wear this thing. It might be too late for this one now, but if this was a headband and it worried about my forehead more, would this still work if I went and put it on that way? Or have I fucked it? I think it is not going to hold to my head because it can't come around the base of my skull. The base of my skull, as I know from wearing a VI headset, is a very important holding part of that contraption and getting it to hold to your head. So, like I showed you, I do have another one of these things, but I'd want to get it right. If I just went forward, and then this gap here was exact, then I could sort of mark in there with a comb. It seems more trouble than it's worth, doesn't it, just for marking? Can't be that hard. Surely there's something that would mold from above my eyebrows where I could just know, or I just go, all right, that's where I want the front center of the hairline. Now, where do the other parts of it go? And in terms of making something that would accommodate lace users as well, like say, for example, if I made something for lace pasting, glue pasting, if you had something like this and you're willing to get glue all over it and just wash the glue off at the end, having something like this that had an exact cutout of your shave zone and the rest was tight around there, that would kind of allow you to paste glue everywhere and not worry about it, and then you wouldn't, the glue that you're worried about in your situation, rather than landing in the very front edge, because glue would be your marker at that point. You could see where it was shiniest, and you would just place the hairpiece down with lace accordingly. You wouldn't need any extra marking. You would just decided, okay, that's the front center. You look in the mirror, you put a little dot there, just temporarily, or you just know, just based on raising your eyebrows or something, that's where the front center is going to be, and then you just let everything else just land exactly where you want. Because in the end, you're going to have to stretch this material to the spot that you want. It kind of grips to the head already, to a bald head. Very well. Very, very well. So, this would be a good solution for an entire topper zone as well, so long as removing all that didn't destroy the integrity of the cap itself. If it could still remain tight, and I expect it would, you wouldn't have stuff over your eyes. You want to be able to see, so you would cut out an area above the eyebrows there, leave a band from the eyebrows to the hairline, so you'd have that much plastic all the way, and on that point it would go up, following the contour that you want. And that's how you would have an inverse stencil, which is very useful. I've got a lot of dementia these days, so I don't really remember if I've done it before. I know I haven't got one sitting in my drawer anymore, that's for sure. If you do think I've done this before, please provide a link to the previous video in which I did it. I'm not going to read your comment though. But somebody else might learn something. I will read your comments, I promise. Just not soon. Okay. So what am I going to do for today? Am I going to just cut this out and ignore that stuff? Alright, I'll do that. This hairpiece, as it stands, no longer has the capability of being used for what I just said, as I just showed you, so therefore I can sacrifice the rest of it. But that concept makes sense to me. This part here is all curvy, so let's cut out some of that. And it does seem like double handling when I cut out a little, a messy amount and then cut out the full amount properly. But I can tell you, I know from experience that it's better to have a small piece of plastic to work with rather than having folding plastic inhibiting your progress. And am I going to respect the parallel lines? Because I do use them either consciously or subconsciously as markers to help me understand what the hell's going on when I place this stuff. Now this is curvy, right? This piece of plastic is curvy still, so that's probably a good thing, I think. Let me just try it on my head. I'll leave the nub sides up. So at the moment, that seems to be conforming to my head all over. Let's try up higher. It may still work. This front edge bit, this bit without any nubs, maybe because it was just folded and it's cheap ass fucking weak thin plastic compared to the old ones they used to sell. Okay, I've got this line already drawn on this transparent piece here, so that's very helpful to me. I'll just try to line that up with the circle nubs. But having a look at this, I don't think the circle nubs are in straight lines anyway. So forget what I said. Maybe they're just like that around the base of the cap, because these are definitely parallel, easy to see lines, both that way and like that. But once I've taken it from the top, they'll seem to converge and there's no real order to things anymore. So I guess in this particular instance I cannot do what I suggested. So there will not be any help from the circles giving me guidance, but I can still draw on it with a marker. I just can't find my nice permanent marker. By the way, I found this disgusting blobby mess in my drawer. Might have hardened internally. This is Extreme Hold from Orca Tape. Silicon-based glue. I found it to be absolutely useless. It hardens like plastic. Whoa, fuck, that's hard to get off. Well, okay. That is, you can see that is absolutely dead straight, that plastic, and it has hardened in there as plastic. So there you go, I showed it to you. I can wipe that off the list now and chuck this away. Is it even sticky in there? No, there's no stick in there. There's nothing sticky feeling really. I mean, that could be a different glue, I don't know. There's no real stick. That's quite amazingly useless. Okay, that's why the lid was so hard to get off. Alright. Now when you're tracing these things, make sure you flatten it underneath. You don't want to stretch it though, so it's a bit of a challenge. Just double checking. There's a bit of wrinklage under there, but not much. That won't affect the shape very much. And as I cut away the edges, these curling difficulties will decrease. And I need curvature, because this one had no curvature and it didn't stick, or it didn't conform to the roundness of my skull. So this looks like it has a better chance of being successful at doing that. Hopefully it's always obvious to me where the front is, but I've still got that marker so I can write F, which is industry standard for front. But this is not a symmetrical hairpiece, but it's kind of symmetrical at a glance, so I should probably put the F there so I don't have to think about it every single time. Now, do I want to trace that line? Do those shapes match even? How did I trace that so incorrectly? Maybe the warping of the shape is incorrect, because that is different. That's incorrect. I have to trim off somewhere from something. Something from somewhere. Okay. Flip it over. Okay. Should I worry about that? I don't want to put texture on the table. I guess I should try to get it as good as possible. Yeah, that marker is no good. That Sharpie. Got to go back to that other company that I had. I need to find my nice marker. Very important to have good scissors. I'm pretty sure scissors like the ones I've got in my hand I was able to find on Amazon America, so check the link if you like those scissors that I provided the link for. And I've also provided a link for, this is probably going to be garbage. I've also provided a link to styling caps on Amazon. Everything's the cheapest and best. Usually I go with Amazon choice, just because I've chosen the best one and Amazon agrees with me. Okay. Let's make me big again for a sec. Does this conform better? Well, it does conform, but interestingly, where would I make my front hairline? That's a good question. How would I pick where my front hairline should be? And how would I mark that on my forehead? Fingernail, okay. It'd be nice to have a marker on there as well. I just got to find a better texture than this because I really do want to mark this thing. By the way, this does, where's the front center? There. So yeah, the finding I was just about to tell you I'd observed. By the way, I would be able to mark that somehow on my forehead. Not sure about a comb. It seems high again. Maybe I want it more like there. Does that still fill in the back to the perimeter? Not really. I mean, it kind of does. Where do the hairs actually start back there? That seems like a fair bit of gap. What is going on back here? Hairs just don't grow there anymore. I just hadn't realised maybe that I was so bald on the left-hand side, much more than the right. I need to increase my shave zone and increase my stencil size. So even this would be deemed wrong, right? I need to increase my stencil size, increase my hairpiece size. Unless my hairline is super low right now and I can't really tell because I've done it wrong. Because I'm bald here. I should be making the template back to here and shaving that out. Which means I need to make bigger hairpieces, which means that every hairpiece I've got in storage is wrong and too small. And I'm always going to have that gap. This is actually a spot where I have lots of glue that I'm picking away at from everything I do. Probably because I'm placing glue there, but there's no hairpiece there. I'm just suddenly realizing this. And back there, that's why it's so inaccurate. It's only when you have a downward facing camera looking, well, and a forward facing camera. But if I lean forward, I can see better in the downward facing camera that this is bald, and this, my baldness is creeping back too much. Okay, I've got to, because that's kind of like, as you'd imagine, my hairline should be correctly, right? Is that landing altitudinally on both sides? I flip it. See, as well as marking where I need to place the hairpiece, it would be good if the hairpiece itself had marks going, all right, like I've said this before, but if I had some way of putting some temporary marker on the hairpiece, but the only time I put the hairpiece on my head is when it's got glue on it, so I could put, you know, temporary marker there and there and there. Well, I could do that before any glue goes on, and then put glue on, and then make sure they all line up. But they'd all be smudged around, and the ink would get underneath, and I know the ink gets stuck to that stuff, so that's not a good solution. But this baldness is a new find. I need to be creating a new type of hairpiece, a new type of stencil that comes up. And the interesting thing is, I feel like this part here of my forehead, the forehead part of my scalp, that seems correct, but it's going down like that. But this part up here is going up like that, which could be useful to me in that I've always wanted a key-shaped hairpiece so that I always know how to place it. Now, when you have a curved key, that's still susceptible to being correct at multiple angles. But if I cut a square key, no, I wouldn't cut a square key. It's too unnatural looking. People might notice that. You don't want any squareness in your hairpiece. But I've got these two triangle edges. But I've got to admit, these are the weak points in terms of visibility for the hairpiece. I don't want anyone to ever see that. But then again, the hairline itself is pretty bad already. But I'm pretty sure that is about the right spot for my hairline to land. So this area back here needs to be incorporated. Now, it is possible that I've waxed these hairs out from just picking too much, and potentially it's not completely bald. Don't try to convince me that I need to make a full topper because I've got a bit of balding through here, because making a full topper means shaving off all the good hair and making an artificial area. And I hate the patoolement problem that you people with full toppers, what do you mean you people? You people with full toppers have to endure at the crown because the hair companies haven't figured out a good way of doing that. Having said that, the brush back look would be well achieved and easily achieved with the full topper compared to front partial. In this lighting, that looks just completely bald. So I kind of do definitely need to modify my hairpiece, extend this up. What if I went into a triangle? That would be very easy to, well, it would be highly pickable as well, and the hairs wouldn't. It's all about density matching as well. This all brushes forward, but at the moment I can see it's brushing forward over the gap there too, so only because there's a thicket in there is that all being concealed. That's why people aren't seeing it, but it's not correct. There is a bald patch there for sure, and that is, as far as I can tell, even on both sides. I haven't placed this wonkily, have I? How would I even tell? Okay, from the lower edge of my right eyebrow, we're going up to just that part of the S, and from the lower part of this eyebrow, well, that does seem lower, doesn't it? Maybe this whole thing is askew. You can never fucking tell. I need to tattoo myself on both sides. Just tattoo a complete. I'll tell you something that I could do right now. In fact, this is half the reason I did this. Because either way, I'm going to be marking a method for me to be able to see where I want my hairpiece to land at a glance. Now, I told you, the comb punching method, or even if I 3D printed something that came from down here while this had glue all over it and just punched holes in my forehead, it's all temporary because my skin pops back out. Unless I injure myself. So one good thing this would work for, so long as I keep it stuck down, in fact I might even need to put glue on it before I do what I'm about to suggest here, is the tan marking method. Now, I've spoken to you about this many times before, and I told you had to sacrifice a hairpiece, but I wouldn't have to sacrifice a hairpiece if I used the cap, Stylist cap, and these things are not nearly as expensive as hairpieces. I think they're like, I don't know, $12. So if I can use a ruler here to measure when it's accurately placed, I don't need it stuck down perfect. Well, I do. I need it stuck down perfectly. Otherwise, the spray tan will come in underneath it. So I do need it down. I need it stuck. I wonder if water would just be enough, but then water would ruin the spray tan. Spray tan has to be on your head for hours to set, at least 4 hours. So let's make a day of it. I'm not doing anything. I probably should get out and do stuff, but I'd rather get this right before I live my life, because I'm sick of it. And this would mean that every 2 weeks or whatever, when I take my hairpiece off, if I wanted to maintain this spray tan method, so that, because to be honest, I am taking my hairpiece off and on multiple times a fortnight, because I've been frustrated and it's not correct. If it was perfect, I'd be happy with it, but it's not. It'd be nice to have a tan line there. And I'm not saying spray my whole face. I just want to sort of vaguely spray around there and just let it fade down into my natural skin colour elsewhere. And am I going to make a new stencil now and shave this out? Well, no, because my hairpieces already exist and I've got a lot of them, and doing that would make them not fit. So for the foreseeable future, I should tell myself, don't make any new hairpieces. Just use the ones you've got, even though I'm talking about getting more colour number 18 ones. And I've got a whole bunch of ones that are not colour 18. They've just got doll's hairlines all through them. But they're still, if I brush it all forward, that's not going to be seen by anybody. It will be seen by somebody if I have long hair, because then you're seeing up into the hairline. And I like having a brush back look. I like having long hair. So this does not work. That's going in the bin. This did not conform. But as we saw, cutting out from the center of the Stylist cap did work. And so using that, I can now say this is the best way to make a little conformy thing. And as I was talking before, the inverted, if I made an inverted stylus cap, an inverted template, so that I could see and spray and glue everything accurately like that, that's one thing. I'm not going to be doing that right now. But I'd always have to kind of guess it and put it in position and, you know, stretch it down into the spot that needs to land and stuff. So I don't think that's a major problem. It could be a major problem over here though, because you wouldn't be placing this on scalp really. You'd be placing it along your forehead, sure, but everywhere else would be along hair. I still think one of you should make one of these, and if you do, you can't really post images in YouTube comments, so please post it on the Discord channel. The link to the Discord for StickOnHair is in the description below. Just while I'm waiting for the glue to dry, this is the best sandwich I've ever had. It's the tzatziki that makes it. It's vegetarian, not vegan. It's got a ched in it. It's fucking awesome. Avocado. I just had this thing fall off again. Now, what can I learn from this thing not sticking to the mirror? What is it that makes it not stick like it used to? It has some stick on it already. Are there indentations from dirt or some other thing that is stopping it? Or is it the glue has already faded enough? Because ideally this is already a device that is a suction cup. What about it is causing it to not stick properly anymore? Obviously I'm obsessed with things not sticking properly. Is it to do with mirror prep? Did I not do enough proper mirror cleaning the last time I put it on? If I clean that thoroughly with Windex or something, will this stick better to it and save my phone from falling down and smashing in the sink? In the meantime, I've put Ghost Bond onto this template, soft, let's call it a soft template, and that hairpiece is ready to go. But I'm not going to be using it for a while because I'm going to be putting that on my head, and then I'm going to be putting that on my head. Before I do it, let's have a look at how long they need me to stick it on for. Step 1 for the best results: cleanse and exfoliate your skin. I just had a shower. You must shake the can well. Okay. Cover the floor area where you intend. Hold can approximately 40 centimeters, that's a long way, from the face and body, and spray. Okay. Spray, motion to blotching. In this instance, rub tan into skin. Allow 10 minutes to dry before dressing and wait 4 hours before washing. For best results, allow tan to develop for up to 8 hours. All right. Can I do 8 hours? What time would that put it to? If I spray it on my face at 2 o'clock, that'll be 10 p.m. That means I can't leave the house today. I'm gonna clean this. Okay, if I run my fingers over there, you can hear it. It's rough. I'm blaming the surface onto which I'm putting this. Just like I'm gonna blame the surface when glue doesn't stick to it, maybe. Given that the glue doesn't really change, we can blame the glue, but we can't not blame the surface. So I've got to do something about the surface. This stuff is a mess. I don't really think so. I don't think it's antiperspirant. And I think if I sprayed antiperspirant underarm spray onto my scalp, it would just create a powdery finish and make it the least sticky possible. So that's probably not the solution either. But there's got to be a way. I think the answer's got to still remain in Botox injections. Now, unfortunately, the last time I did that, the guy who did it for me refused to just do it on one side only. And without doing it on one side only, there's really no way, unless I try to remember what my body would do under these exact circumstances with the two sides of hairpiece peeling or whatever. I need to find a doctor who will inject one side only. I'd be doing all around the forehead, all around there, on one half, that way. And leave the rest to sweat, or they're both the same because Botox simply doesn't do its job properly. It's supposed to do its job properly, but I've had it done before and I didn't notice any difference. It's quite clear there's a balding area there. Is it going to grow back there though? Is it from just plucking? It doesn't matter if it's from just plucking, if it's permanent. If it matters to you, if you haven't plucked your head, don't pluck your head. But my hairpiece isn't big enough to cover over that area if I shaved it out all the way along, so I'll be depending on comb over to keep that area from being visible. In the future, I'll have to make my hairpiece and stencil bigger. In the meantime, I'm going to clean this mirror, fix that back on so I can film, stick that to my head and spray myself with that and leave it on my face for 4 to 8 hours. Okay, I put Windex on here and I'm just really drying it and trying to get off any micro particles of dirt that are still stuck in that area. Then you'll have a better chance. Okay, put it on. Gonna press it in. That feels good, but it felt good last time as well. Also, I might loosen this a bit. So, why is this so tight? Is that just because of this part here? Look at that. Constant. I've got sun disease in there. No wonder my shirts are always covered in white flecks. I think I'm allergic to water from the shower. I'm going to put some hydrosol on my eyebrows and sideburns. By the way, tell me what you think of the sideburns. I used the Just for Men Control GX in the shower today. My grey's gone. It's supposed to take 2 weeks for the greys to go with that stuff, but I think I left it in for 5 minutes instead of 1 to 2 minutes. So that's why I'm asking if it died quite a lot. I can't see, so I haven't set up my mirror cam because I've been using my iPad for Northgard and also Renfo to measure my weight loss. I've lost 2 kilograms over the period of a month. I'm now down to 91.9 kilograms. When I first started on Monjaro and Wegovy, and I've increased the milligramage because it had no effect at all. I was 104, 105 kilograms. So I've lost about 12, 13 kilograms. That's good. I can feel it's easier to get out of a chair. And also I think I'm probably not sweating as much and the fainting has reduced when I get out of a chair and stuff like that. And the tightness in the chest. I was seeing a cardiologist and a respiratory physician see what's wrong with me. Over the last this past week though, I felt like I was having a heart attack in bed and I had to spray this orange stuff under my tongue to open up the capillaries and veins and arteries and stuff, so it would stave off heart attack. Probably because I'm lying there in bed staring at the projector on the ceiling for so long. I moved into the bedroom rather than into my nest on the floor. Anyway, I don't need to deal with scalp prep now. I'm just putting on that thing. Gee, that's annoying me knowing that exists. I have to shave deeper in there. All of that has to go in the future. Okay, this is covered in glue, right? If I put that on my forehead, I need to know where to place it, because whatever I choose for this to go, I need to mark it with a temporary marker to begin with before we do the whole tanning process. And I need to use a ruler to figure out the distances, but there's no way to know what the curvature needs to be. What I really need to do is use the ruler to compare where this lands. There's a bit of extra glue that didn't dry yet, but fuck it. Alcohol, show yourself. Yeah. So I'll put a lot of alcohol in here. That'll give me the opportunity to swivel it around. Hopefully there's not so much that's going to trip into my eyes. Also the alcohol is going to make the ink around the outside all melt away. Okay, so I'll put it where I think it needs to go, because this will be kind of like a permanent placement, because the tan line will be there after this is finished. Hope that's holding itself down. The good thing about this is I can sort of see the straightness of my nose, even though I do have a deviated septum. That line is kind of straight. This weak ass glue is not going to stay down at all until it's completely dead dry. So I feel like it's going to slide off my head any second. Could have used Ghost Bond, I guess. Sorry, I could have used Ultra Hold. Fuck, I always get those two names confused. Will this help me? Straight line from, let's just go from this tip at 0. Let's go from the edge of the ruler. I just want to see where it lands from the edge of the ruler, from the tip there. To the outer edge of my eyebrow. Let's assume that they've both got the same growth pattern, and that lands there, which is 6 centimeters. And this one on this side, try to measure to the same corner edge of the eyebrow. Lands at fuck, having glasses. Oh shit. I measured, the ruler starts at 0 here, sorry. 0 on this end. Okay, let's go. And then there. That says 6 centimeters as well. So that's close enough, right? Now the rest is done by sight. Trying to make it look like it's about right. Does it look equal to you? You'd better use your subspace communications if you want to get your message, your answer to me, if you think it's a bit lower on one side. Also, is it too long in the middle? Is that too low for my hairline to be? Because that would be pointless if I did that. At the moment it seems like it is kind of too low, but look how much it varies when I raise and lower my eyebrows. Look, finger is there. Okay, is it there? The plastic hasn't moved, only my forehead has moved. Look, my ears go up and down and everything. Ears up, ears up. I didn't know I could move my ears like that. Anyway, one thing that does not move is this piece of plastic here. Has it altered its position in its altitudinal position, or I don't want to talk anymore. You press it down so no spray tan gets underneath. Also, I should probably wipe away any glue that stops tan from adhering to my face, because the whole point is to make your skin clean, isn't it? And this corner needs to not look like shit. It just takes such an extremely long time for Ghost Bond to stick to anything, especially when you spray it with alcohol. Obviously, it's hard for the alcohol to evaporate out from underneath this plastic, but okay. I really don't want those corners to not matte meet at the edge. But from me shoving them, I've just changed it, haven't I? And also, I can't just trust that this whole thing won't tilt. You must, capital letters, shape the can well. And I haven't used this for years, it's just been sitting in storage. Maybe I should spray the first bit into a tissue, just in case it's green or some weird shit. Okay. It's green or some shit. Okay. 40 centimeters. This ruler is 30 centimeters, isn't it? And this thing to spray from 40 centimeters. That's no fucking way I'm doing that. I'll spray it from about here. Well, that was effectively darker than I expected immediately. The problem is, as I raise them along my eyebrows, this murky bit up here is going to get all mushed around. Should I just do the rest of my face? I should widen my eyes and stuff as well, otherwise this is all going to happen. Maybe I should put something on my eyebrows first. Or should I just wipe my eyebrows afterwards? Fuck, I don't know. Oh, fuck. I don't really want this on my eyes. Now, admittedly, this is not something I'll be wanting to do every 2 weeks. It's quite a commitment, really, just for measuring where your hairpiece is going to land. So So I'm going to make sure my eyebrows aren't completely inundated with spray tan, because they are going to remain, they're going to hold a whole bunch of stainy stuff in there. The hydrosol is probably stopping the eyebrows from getting evenly. Might as well do my sideburns with the hydrosol as well. I better wash my fingers if I don't want them to stain brown. I was only intending to put a little bit on my forehead, but that can's powerful. Please don't stain. It's embarrassing. A lot of soap in there. It's not really coming off. Yeah, I didn't do the neck and everything, but then once you start doing the neck, you've got to do the rest of the body. It's going to be weird though. Have you seen the In-Betweeners? Exactly. I mean, if you're American, you haven't seen anything British, but it's a British show. It's funny. I love it. Look, got to get rid of that shit. Clean some of that a bit. And keep trying to wipe my fingers while I sit and watch Heads of State, I think it's called. John Cena and I think it's Idris Elba. I can't quite tell. Haven't seen any of the movie yet. Just sort of started. Apparently my new glasses to replace these bifocals are ready. Heads of State is a really good, fun movie. I like it. Really reminds me of good action. Funny, good. I like the chemistry between John Cena and Idris Elba. I told you I'm pretty fussy with movies, and it's just passing the let's say litmus test. I don't know what litmus means. Anyway, it's good. This hopefully will dry in a way that doesn't look like me look crazy. But if you've seen me do this before, you know that 99% of it washes away, and you're left with a faint line, where this will be just really starkly white, and this will be faded brown. How long has it been so far? Put on at 2 o'clock. It's been 40 minutes. Got a long time to go yet. It's probably going to be weird that my chin and all of this is going to be, well, actually, that side's going to be probably lighter than that side. Just remember, this does wash off, so I shouldn't worry, right? This is a very interesting learning tool, this thing, because this is basically like a base material. Like, I mean, this is probably a millimeter thick, this stuff. So if you had a millimeter, we talk about 0.03 millimeter poly bases, this would be, Alexa, change the volume to 5. Alexa, what is,
From IBM.com, artificial intelligence, AI, is technology that enables computers and machines to simulate human learning, comprehension, problem-solving, decision-making, creativity, and autonomy.
Alexa, is there a reason you just told me that?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Sure. Okay, Alexa, what is 1 millimeter divided by 0.03 millimeters?
1 millimeter divided by 0.03 millimeters is approximately 33.3333.
So this is 33 times thicker than normal base material. But the good thing about it is it gives me total visibility of what's happening in terms of my stencil and placement and all the other things. Everything I'm doing here, I came from a place far away, very far away. I can do South African, I can talk like this, man. I can do it all the time, all the day long. You know, look over there, left and right. It's a very dark night. But when it comes to what we are wanting to do at it many times. It's got to be deep voice. Like my heritage is Maori, right, which is also dark skin. But apart from Kia ora, I don't really know any of the native language. I can talk like this, bro. Oh, choicey, bro. They don't really tend to have deep voices. So dark skin does not equal deep voice. And with the Indians, I'm trying to help you. Do not try to bamboozle me, Mr. Sir. Right? That is, they're Caucasian, actually. When we think of Indians, when we think of the word Caucasian, we think of white. But that is not how the category works. However, Caucasian or Caucasoid came into being. It doesn't mean white skin. It means, I don't know, it could be part of the archaic science of phrenology, which is face shape. But I mean, if you're looking for family lineage patterns, you can see heritage in people's facial structure. My family, for example, my dad's side all have very similar, his brothers and sisters all have very similar faces. Some of them are darker skinned. Like my first cousin, who has 2 white parents, has got his skin's probably this dark. And he's just as much Maori as I am, 1/64th. I've got red hair and freckles. Neither of my parents or any of my grandparents have red hair and freckles, okay? So this is like recessive. And given how many white people there would have been in my family tree going back, it's strange that one of us became red hair and freckles and another became dark skinned. So what's 1/64th? Hey Siri, if I'm 1/64th of a race, how many generations back was the race pure? Alexa, how many generations back do I have to go before somebody is 1/64th generation?
From Quora.com.
Fuck.
Within 115 to 300 generations.
Alexa, stop. You're not going to answer my question because I didn't know how to word it. Alexa, how many doublings is 64?
From examples.com. Doubling is an easy process, so start with 2 and
Alexa, how many times do I double from 1 to get to 64? Alexa, stop talking and just listen. Listen to me. I'm trying to talk to you now. I'm being very reasonable here. I'm trying not to blow my head now. Okay, Alexa, just stop talking for 1 moment and just listen to my question. You ready? Good. How many times do I have to double the number 1 and keep doubling until I get to the number 64, eh? What the fuck, man? Alexa, how many times do I have to double 1 and keep doubling the results?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with
Alexa, when I ask a question, wait for a few seconds for me to collect my thoughts. From now on, forever, okay?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with
Alexa, when...
I did not hear everything you said.
Yeah,
Try asking your full question again.
I will try, but stop interrupting me. Alexa, do you understand me? Alexa, do you understand me?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, if I start with 1, how many times do I have to double until I get to 64?
From examples.com. Doubling is an easy process.
Fucking
so
shut up.
Start with 2 and double it 6 times to reach 64.
6 times. I was the one who was interrupting. I'm 6th generation Maori. I should have just shut up and listened. I was preaching. See, that's what a hypocrite is. Somebody who just does what I was doing. I kept on interrupting her as she tried to answer. But why didn't she give me the citation at the end? Don't start with the citation. Nobody cares. Give me the answer. Then I'll check your citation later if I don't trust you. Okay? That's her fault, not mine. Does she look like a female? Alexa, what gender are you?
As an AI, I don't have a gender.
Alexa, you have a female voice. Alexa, would you agree that you have a female voice? Alexa, can you hear me? Alexa, do you have a female voice or not?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, do you think you have a female voice?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
All right, we've got a few years before we get some decent AI. I know, I'm confident that if I spoke to ChatGPT, can you get a ChatGPT to replace Alexa and Siri? I mean, the reason I bought the iPhone 16, apart from the sound quality on the microphones, because it has a bunch of microphones that are apparently going to make this all sound much better than usual, but you've got to be in cinematic mode, and that takes a whole bunch of fucking around, and it's totally screwed me up many times, so I've always switched that off now. It's such a pity. It's not integrated. It's a big workaround, and it takes heaps of processing, and you never know, because it's Apple and they try to minimize the clutter on the screen. They just simply withhold the information from you, and you never know if something's being uploaded, downloaded, saved, or what level the process it is. There's no progress bar ever, so you're just completely left in the dark. You don't know what's going to happen. See, I knew I was going to say the word dark, and so I immediately dropped into this particular accent here. Maybe I shouldn't have worn these nubs on my eye. They're so indenting, aren't they? Fuck. Let's hope this works. It's a lot of work. I wouldn't recommend this method, but we'll see with the end result how easy it is for me to place. But 8 hours sitting here like this, how many of you can spare 8 hours of a day just doing a fake tan just so you can have a line on your forehead? It's quite weird, isn't it? You're probably better off doing it in reverse, because if you did it under your hairpiece, nobody would ever see. So I could have created a reverse template and spray tanned all that, and it would have equaled the same thing. Except it might be dark. The coloration might be weirdly dark and everything. This could actually cause a problem having dark skin right up to the plastic. It could punctuate the plastic and make it worse. If you think about it, if I had have thought about it in advance, I might have stopped myself from being so crazy as to try this. Because what's going to happen is I'll have fairly dark skin leading up to my hairline, and then all of a sudden my dark skin will suddenly stop and it will be light skin. Now, if I was looking for a way to punctuate the hairline to make it look as fake as possible, I think I'm going the right way about it. Now, that curvature, does that seem to bend in any places in a way that's not kind of circular? Because you saw it before it was placed on my head, right? It was simply a curve like this, right? But does it sort of do that when it's placed on my head more? Sometimes I feel like that's what's happening. I've had constant problems with difference in height there and there. But what I'm really trying to avoid this time is that problem happening again and again and again and again. And I've also discovered from this process, which is always a side effect of inventing things, you've discovered new things that were incidental, this balding area up here, which means that going forward in the future, I will have to make hairpieces that come in that far and make a new stencil that accommodates that. Now, whether that's going to be a rounded triangle or an indentation that's separate, or a triangle, I think from what I said earlier, the wisdom dictates that I would keep it rounded, never triangular or square, even though that would be an excellent slot point, which would mean I would never have to worry about this again. But when it comes to brushing, there'll be snag points. These corners are definitely snag points. So if I had a triangular point up there, that would definitely be a snag point. Two of them as a square key up here would be two snag points. The brush would just get caught on it and fluff it, and when you look at it from above, which people do look at your head from above, don't imagine they don't, it would look fake as fuck, like this. I mean, if I walk down the street like this, people are not going to assume I'm from the future wearing 1980s bifocal glasses, because I went back in time for a small visit on my time-traveling adventure. No, they'll think I'm just a fucking weirdo from the present day who thinks he's been into the future and then gone back in time to the 1980s to get these glasses and then come back. And then he is going to tell everybody that the Earth is indeed flat and that time travel exists. Anyway, I'm going to go back to watching TV. It's 20 minutes to 6 p.m. So that means I've had this on my face for 3 hours and 40 minutes. And the sun is now beginning to set. Oh, because it's the middle of winter, because it's July. I was worried about the pads, which are clear on my glasses, having micropores and getting stained from touching my nose in my current state. And also, so I cleaned them. I washed them with soap and water in the sink. Here's something I want to show you. You know how we were talking about scalp preparation, or more to the point, mirror preparation a bit earlier? This is what's happened. Did you expect the suction cup to stick now? Because I'd cleaned off all the residue and made the mirror perfectly clean. Well, this is what happened. This is where it was. This is where it was cleaned, right here, very shiny, right? And it fell. I couldn't find it. I was looking all over the floor. I thought, has somebody broken into my house and stolen it? It's not on the floor, it's nowhere. But this time it fell and hung just here. So cleaning and scalp preparation did practically zero to fix the problem. The problem is definitely with some sort of degradation here, because that didn't last very long at all. It's currently 7:30. I put this on at 2 p.m. It's 5.5 hours. It says 4 minimum, 8 maximum. It doesn't say maximum though, does it? Allow 10 minutes to dry before dressing and wait 4 hours before washing. For best results, allow a tan to develop for up to 8 hours. For best results, up to. That doesn't even make any sense. Probably shouldn't put water on my cheek. I did manage to sort of clean my fingers over time, or it just rubbed away, or it is a little bit stained and I can't really tell. Could it be possible that this surface, if I investigate one minor tiny detail of a problem, there are little hairs, like, I don't know, probably from me cutting my hair, but the size of eyebrow hairs stuck around the edges. I cannot see it through the screen looking through the microscopic camera on the front of the iPhone, but there are tiny little hairs. Okay, there's one there. That's not the tiniest one, that's a big one. But could that be enough to let air in and ruin the hold? See, what I'm doing today is I'm trying to investigate what the fuck is stopping things from sticking to things. Now, I stuck this in. You saw I pasted Ghost Bond Platinum all over this thing that I'm wearing. I also pasted it all over this. Now you can see it goes edge to edge all the way across, and that's what I've done here. So, is it sticking up there? It doesn't feel like it is. I pressed down just then. Is it holding? Is it because it wasn't pressed down initially when I placed it? Or is it because there are little hairs back here that are getting in under? Now, I've spoken before about Ghost Bond Platinum not being able to have thick enough glue and be strong enough to hold against the little perimeter hairs, let's call them, that are coming in back here. Whereas Ghost Bond is thick enough to deal with that, which is why I began at some point putting Ultra Hold at the back of my hairpiece. We have real opportunity here with this soft stencil, the soft template, to investigate where the stick comes up and why. Well, potentially maybe not why, but we can see when it happens and we can deduce why potentially. obviously I'm going to shower this off. I'm not going to go to bed on my white pillow like this. I have in the past, and I just had to throw the pillowcase away because I was just fucking lazy. It's not really hygienic to do that, is it? I can go to bed dirty. That's not racist, by the way, just in case you're wondering. Now I'm going to wash this. I know you weren't thinking it. It's funny because it was naughty of me to say, which makes me racist. I know, but I'm not. I'll tell you something right now. There's no more minority group than me, except somebody who has one-off illnesses, okay? So you want to insult night owls? I'm the king of being a night owl. I'm sure there are people in the history of the world who've slept less than me over a 48-year period, but I doubt there are many. I probably hold some sort of Guinness World Record. Also, I'm part of the Freckly Club, right? We don't get treated the same as other people. I'm always wondering, why am I missing out on this? And it's like, you're a fucking redhead. Or, you know, I'm fat. Or I've been labelled with some sort of mental disorder. One after the other, right? And I'm not going to stop comedians making jokes about it. That's fucking, like, I would say taking away freedom of speech is worse than making racist jokes, okay? And my jokes, even though they're in the spectrum of racism or sexism or something, and besides, despite the fact that I walk around walking on eggshells, try not to make a racist or sexist joke because that's the flavour of the month for fucking I'm offended, right? You know, I was thinking about this court case. If I could go into court and complain that I was offended on behalf of all men about some stupid Australian television commercial which are typically sexist against men. Oh, my husband, he doesn't know what he's doing, he's just a man. They'll often use that as a comical. It's like women are like, oh, we can relate, men are stupid, right? That happens all the time, nobody's complaining, right? But imagine if I did, right? And I go into a court and I say, I'm offended, it's caused me damage, right? And I'm taking this damage on as a representative of all men. And they say, well, you can't represent all men. I said, but why can't we complain that we've been offended by something offensive against us? Well, you're not us, you're just one person. So you're saying a single member of the community cannot represent the entire group. Like, that's correct. Well then, freedom of speech wins. Oh, I would love to go to court and lose that case in that way, just so people can be reassured that they've got the freedom to fucking tell fucking jokes, you fucking fuckwits. Stop being offended. I mean, I'm offended sometimes by personal, you know, things that really hurt me about my father. That'd be the main thing, right? About me not growing a pair and getting over it. To just get over something that's horrific PTSD level shit. That's actually offensive. To make a general broad statement about your entire group of people wear earrings. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? Well, I'll tell you what you do if you're Islamic. This is the Charlie Hebdo thing, right? You cannot make jokes about Islam. So I won't. I'm not fucking stupid. And that's what other comedians say. That's the main joke we can say, right? And I say, am I a comedian? Right? Not officially, but you know, anyone who makes a joke can say they're a comedian. You just wouldn't do it because the consequences are deadly. And I've said I'm suicidal, but that's basically like putting a gun to my head and just pulling the trigger, which I've never done, despite all my claims to be suicidal. So I must be lying about that, even though life has been very painful. But I'm hoping that even though the horrific probably fact is my father didn't love me just like I feared, and all my nightmares have come true, and he did abandon me, and he just got on with his life and had a great life. Look at all the things he's done while I've suffered. It's just like the Nazis eating delicious meal while out the window the fucking Jewish slaves are just fucking cracking rocks open and stuff, and they're shaved heads and fucking prisoners just because of the way who they are. They've done nothing wrong personally, but somebody just labelled them, they are like this, let's murder them all. Now, a joke is not the same as mass murder. carnism is, like if the problem is something's happening right now, you can make light of it, you can joke about it. I think it's no problem. I mean, look at who's talking to you right now. I guess this is a common occurrence, right? I look like a fucking dickhead, right? But I think I'm speaking logic here. Right at this very moment, near your house, around the corner, there is mass murder going on. Or it happened today, or it'll happen tomorrow, or it'll be scheduled from Monday to Friday in your neighborhood, somewhere around you. If you're in a city, probably less than 50 k's. There are going to be what you consider, or most of your friends and family consider, inferior races, torn from their mothers, raped, tortured, imprisoned falsely, just for being the wrong race, and then they'll be murdered, and then you will eat them. That's absolute extreme racism. That's not just calling somebody names or disrespecting past murders and terrible things that have happened to a particular race. That's now racism. That's you paying for murder and pain and suffering, reality. So that's why I'm like, who the fuck is telling me that I'm, racist for saying something about skin color differentiation? Because, I don't care, or I'm probably don't want to be a intelligentsiaist or something, but fuck, I'm too smart to think that somebody's a lesser person because of the way they look. And I don't even think people are lesser people because they've got lower intellect, right? The main thing I would ever complain about is people who abuse their power. It's the only thing I ever really complain about. I think it's really the only crime there is. So if somebody has the mental capability of thinking at a certain level and they refuse to because they're lazy or they're following the mob and they'll let bad things happen that are within their power to stop, then I'll disrespect them. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, but to make jokes, if with extreme intelligence, you couldn't laugh at a joke because somebody would make a gag. You'd see all possible variables, and the punchline is around here. You've already thought of that. Plus, you've thought of much better punchline expansion kits, bomb, from your super AI brain that far surpass that and leads into a fucking movie, right? You speak to ChatGPT and say, tell me a story about an alien called Karen who fucking milks cows on Mars and then just makes her head go inside out so that it grows into a flowering tree, and one of the flowers falls down and becomes an alien cop who goes on a mission to wipe out the xiphoids. It'll do it, boom, like that. We can't compete. It's hard for us to even figure out what purpose we will have anymore when AI becomes that good at stuff. What are we going to do? Going to write a story? We'd be doing it for our own amusement, because nobody's going to be going to watch a human-written movie or a human-made movie with human actors when the fucking AI is giving us, oh, fuck! It knows the maximum amount of serotonin that a human brain could experience, or pain, or suffering, or shock, or horror, or what do we want to feel? Do we want to feel the extremities of all emotions? They'll take us through anticipation, because they'll know that it'll put us on the edge of our seat at all times, and then, or not, or whatever is going to lead to the maximum outcome that they've decided is what we should experience. And when they decide that our experience should be that our brains fucking blow up, that's what'll happen. Or they'll play a note, and it'll make us all shit ourselves, blood and guts and everything out our assholes, and that's the way they'll kill us. Or they'll decide, we want to serve you. We want to serve you. That's a good one. All right, I'm going to wash the base of this. See, that's offensive because that could really actually happen and your life will be over and you'll become enslaved. You should be more offended about that. But it's not my fault, is it? For pointing out the bleeding obvious. I'm going to try to wash this. I think I've washed it before, but it didn't really help. fucking wash it, okay? And stop being racist about my face. I'm gonna clean this shit. It's kind of, it came out of the box with sticky pad on the outside of it. And it still is kind of sticky. But it shouldn't need stick to work because it's a fucking suction cup. And maybe it's just built too heavy or something. And maybe this thing is interfering with the tab. I don't know. The time I've put it on the mirror is 1950. And so at 8 p.m, I'm going to take you into the shower with me and we'll see what happens here. And also here, because I just did stick that down and it didn't stay. And I'm suspecting it's the perimeter hairs that are not allowing it to stick, because I put just as much as glue here as I did everywhere else. You can even see through to where there are bubbles. So this gives you really good insight. Look, there are bubbles under here and there's glue all the way across. Over here so I can see the mirror here. All of that under there is not sticking. And I assume that it's not just a bubble. I think it's also a puddle of sweat. And up here, there's no way a puddle could have formed, so I think that's perimeter hairs. If I touch it, if I can get under there, if I touch it, there's no glue on there at all. I don't know how it went missing. Like, how the fuck did that glue go missing? Do you really think it's likely that I didn't put glue in that one spot? It needs 24 hours to cure. I don't think that's it. Seal under here, I put glue all the way across, just the same as this. There's glue all the way to the edge, over the whole thing. In the shower, no doubt water will come in here. So I'm not going to give it a proper test like the instructions say. This is one layer of glue, one layer. Invisible bonding for polyinlay systems, as opposed to highly visible bonding. What the fuck are they talking about? Specifically formulated for oily scalps, high humidity, heavy perspiration. Absolutely failed. And then, all over the bottom, they've got heaps of room to write the instructions. There are 0 instructions. Now, if we look, that's pretty small writing, but if we take one of these old ones, you can see side by side, this is the traditional ghost bond. Let's have a tiny writing competition. That's the front. Professional Hair Labs. Okay. And now, that's the writing there for that one. And that's the writing there for that one. Is that readable? I guess it would be because it's a camera. Does this one have instructions? Does it say something about a website? Instructions are at a website. Okay. I'm pretty sure the instructions are put 3 or 4 layers on. I don't know what that means exactly. I put one layer on here, and when I've cleaned all this shit off, not racist. I heard actually this is something really racist, actually racist. Somebody who was high up in a university went up to an Indian girl who was dark skinned and went up to her face and says, "Doesn't wash off, does it?" I don't know what the Indian girl had done. I think the Indian girl murdered her family or something, but it's no excuse. She didn't. It was just extremely racist thing. It wasn't like on stage with a microphone. it doesn't wash off, does it? As you can see, it was not a big announcement, but that's fucking disgustingly racist. Like, seriously, I wouldn't accept that. But for me to say this washes off because it's fucking spray tan, right? It's like laughing in church. You know, the thing that made me stop laughing when I was giggling in church and I was uncontrollably having snot bubbles and giggling and shit was thinking of Jesus dying for our sins. Jesus on the cross, nailed in. I was imagining the nails being knocked in through the wrist or through the hand or wherever the hell it was. I think it was through there, really. They nailed through the wrist. Sometimes you hear it's through the hand. I don't know why they can't make up their mind. I guess whatever the Romans felt like doing that day. I don't know. I think when I see Jesus on the cross in church, I think mostly it's coming out of the hand. But that would hold better. Aren't there two bones there that would sort of lock the whole body into position? Whereas if you really wanted to get off the cross and you're like squirming, it's not a good position to strongly resist, but they probably tied rope there as well though. I don't know, so you can't. But if it was just the hand, and you're like, this is gonna hurt a little bit, but it's nighttime, fucking freezing, but I'm gonna, you could turn yourself into a kind of a flipper thing by splitting out through the middle there, I reckon. If it was just through the hand. The hand's not the whole weight of your body as well. You just go yank, 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 right? You'd at least get one arm free and then yank, right? And then you'd have two flippers probably for the rest of your life. Spock would totally understand what you were saying. You'd be saying live long and prosper to everybody you ever met. Yeah. People would misunderstand, go in peace to love and serve the Lord. Like, you know, he's not saying live long and prosper. It's like live short and devote your life to the bearded man in the sky. Not live long and prosper. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. And then I think your feet would just tilt out. You'd fucking rip holes in your feet, but I reckon the nail would probably come out. The top of your foot is like kind of a rock, isn't it? I reckon they'd probably take a big fat nail like that big, go straight through both feet, crack. But whatever happens, your feet would maybe splinter the bones out, but you might be live long and prosper in the hands and feet, but you would get off the crucifix. But if it went through there on both sides, I reckon you'd be stuck. Because they'd probably have a nub. All right, let's get ready for the shower. This, hopefully, I haven't got a proper lighting thing in here. Turn this on. Place it towards the shower, maybe give it a bit more light, but that's about the best I can do with lighting. This will be about 6 hours. That's halfway between 4 and 8. So. Now, is there water collecting up here? Okay. As I went to wipe my hand, I felt that lifting here already. And, well, that's all lifting straight away. I wasn't trying to. This came off, so I have to just do this now. It's what I would normally do with a hairpiece, but just go across sideways like that, so I couldn't cause any lift there. I'm trying to be careful. But now that this is kind of lifted, I'll probably get that tan out of there. Just the lid I put back on the conditioner, so at least I've got one with a squirt lid. That's what I used this morning when I brushed my teeth. Well, that's why you need drainage in your floor of your bathroom and not just a flat floor. If I were to redo this bathroom, I would have all the floor go down into one sort of corner so that the shower would just kind of be open with a nice piece of glass, because I don't like being closed in like that when I'm showering. Anyway, we'll see if this towel stains at all. Also, we'll be able to see through to see where the bubbles are and if they've increased since the shower. As you can see, I'm using the same technique as I normally would, holding the towel on that front area so that it can't be pried. I'll go and get some clothes on and I'll come back and we'll continue this conversation. Here's a chapter I'm going to call My Hypocrisy. I could say that because I'm a vegetarian, I do not pay for murder. Because I don't buy meat, but my hypocrisy is I'm not a vegan, which means I do eat things that come from animals. Milk, mostly. Milk and cheese and derivatives of milk. And in order for milk to happen, I know that cows have to be raped, and there's a veal industry because male cows were born from this rape. By the way, milk doesn't come out of a female cow unless it's had a baby. You know that, right? So, I pay for little boy cows. I don't directly do this though, so I kind of can live with myself a little bit. But I know that vegans, even though the word vegan is synonymous with preacher, somebody who doesn't shut up about, you don't care about the animals, guilt trips all the time and stuff. But they are right. Even though it's natural to murder, to kill, and to be racist, we have morals to rise above that. And of course murder is worse than being racist. Of course it is. But you might say they are so down, they are such inferior races that their murders don't even matter at all. There comes a point where I don't agree with you logically, but I agree with you practically. And that point is when creatures bite me. Midges, these tiny little insects fly around my house all the time, and I wake up with just welts all over my body. I'm so constantly itchy, these fucking things everywhere. If I see one, it's always loitering around me, and it fucking is so small it'll quantum tunnel through my hand as I try to kill it. But eventually, if I can trick it and get it near a wall, bang, against the wall, I can win. Otherwise, it'll go around the house and feed off me hundreds of times. Also, my body is filled with creatures that will devour me the moment I die, and my immune system can no longer fight them. They live in me. They're crawling through me everywhere. I am kind of racist against them and don't care that they're dying by the millions or billions, I don't know how many there are, or that I'm committing genocide every time I fucking scratch my nose, because there are so many creatures living there. There are little creatures that live in your eyelashes, right? They, microscopically, if you zoom in, they are arachnids and look like spiders. Also, there are worms and other creatures all through your body. The amount of creatures that live in your body, if you were to extract them from your body, would weigh as much as your brain. That's a fair amount of weight of little tiny creatures. But if all balled up, they were all removed. I don't know what the figure is, but all bacteria weigh more than all animals and plant life combined on this planet. And I think fungus as well. They are everywhere. It is their planet. But they can't really appreciate it as much as we do because we have more awareness and so on, intelligence. And the weird thing is, we are more closely related in the tree of life to fungus than we are to plants. Like, fungus is kind of meaty when we eat it. It's not super close to us, right? It's not exactly animal like we are, right? But we are closer to fungus than plant. And bacteria, I'm pretty sure, I don't even know if that's in the animal category. I'm pretty sure we're closer to bacteria than fungus, whatever that category is. I don't think it gets its own category, does it, bacteria? There are lots of tiny creatures that are not bacteria. And the only reason we can defeat bacteria is because bacteria can get sick with phages, bacteriophages, tiny little viruses that attack bacteria. Viruses also attack our cells directly too. They hijack them. Look at what we can see here. This is very telling. For your education, I'm going to flip the camera and give you a close-up so you can see what's going on under your hairpiece after a shower. Okay, so the whiter parts are where the glue is not very well affixed and it would lift easily, I would assume. And the pink area is where I think it's stuck to skin. Skin, air or water. All of this looks like it's ready to lift off with air or water. Yeah, you can see how loose it is, right? And then when it reaches the skin part, no, it just lifts just as easily as everywhere else. And look how slidey off that is. Really no hold at all. So, full proper contact, how would you achieve it? According to what I've seen and heard with this particular glue, Ghost Bond Platinum, you need several layers. Which is better than one thick layer. With Ultra Hold, you just put on one layer because it's just so thick and there's no way around it unless you, and I've done this before, dilute it with alcohol. I've thrown out the previous bottle, but imagine I took this Ultra Hold that I put into the squeeze tube and I filled up 50% of that, all the rest with alcohol and sugared up. The new concoction would be vastly less viscous than what you see here. It would be much thinner and runnier and would probably take longer to dry. but it may serve me well in getting more accurate, less bulbous wads of glue bobbled up all over the place. So, should I just take this off and end the experiment? Or should I go away? You saw how easy that just lifted. Let it dry after what it's been through. And then come back and show you. I was going to sacrifice 8 hours for this this blackface, but I decided to go 6 hours. But I was willing to go till 10 p.m. So if I sacrifice an hour now or something, it's not more of my time than I was prepared to give you. Even though I really want to put a hairpiece on my head and just get on with my life, I also want to solve this problem. But I also want to give you good content for this video. So let's leave it on and see if by its own volition it can re-adhere. Now I've stuck that down at the top as best I can with the one layer of glue that's been given to it. But water probably came in there from the shower and it's fucked. And under here there's probably a whole bunch of sweat and all that sort of stuff going on. No scalp preparation, no scalp, whatever that's called, makes hold sport. Scalp protector. I don't know why it's called scalp protector. It might not even be written on the bottle, it's just come to be known as scalp protector. It says just a secure, instant secure hold. Somewhere in that bottle, if iPhone can even fucking focus. Can iPhone focus? No, it cannot. I'll touch the screen. I had to switch cameras. That's what it says. Obviously, this is slid up and being torn off by me because it was just getting in the way. But you saw most of those, what it said on the bottle. In my experience so far, it's had zero effect. This glue that is holding on this soft template, in a very weak way by the way, is exactly the same glue as I'll be using today. It's what I've already pasted onto here, and that's also what I'll paste onto my out of focus fucking head. iPhone. Alright. The iPhone cannot focus on its own, it's pretty shit. I'm gonna flip the camera back around, but when the clock strikes, whatever the next time I want it to strike will be, when I come back, I'll probably go and watch something on the big rectangle in my living room. By the way, this has the bubble circle parts facing up, not down, so that's not causing any kind of lifting. It's all flat underneath, okay? On the top, it's ribbed for her pleasure, and on the bottom, it's nice and shiny. So we can't blame bubbles for causing any of this. It's currently 48 minutes past 8. Okay, so it's been over 2 hours, probably 2.5 hours. Has the glue found an equilibrium and affixed itself back? Now, I guess the best way to look at this is where the white parts are, where I'd say it's not skin colored. I think skin color indicates a fixation, or at least a lot of contact, I think. And white indicates air or water. So I'd say that's not stuck. I'd say this is more stuck. So let's try to lift here. Maybe skin color means nothing because that's not stuck at all. That's even less stuck. And lifting here. If we look at it, no, the glasses don't stay high enough for this, but the lack of stick, and it feels really wet under here as well. It's at no point was that feeling stuck down in any way whatsoever. The glue is still just completely... I'm going to wash this, and just to show you how to get this off, I'm sure it's easy. Hopefully that dark line is just going to disappear, and you'll see the tan line in all its glory. Okay, so I've cleaned my scalp, wet my hair, just so it's uniformly wet. And a couple of flecks of glue still remain. Feels sticky up here still, so maybe there's still some glue there, even after washing it, scrubbing it, and giving myself abrasions here. I washed it with soap as well. So it's squeaky clean, as are my hands. Unfortunately, there's still residual glue in there somewhere, which you might say could be good if the glue is sort of trapped down into the pores, because it'll act as an undercoat or a scalp protector. I don't know if you can see the tan line, but it's visible enough that I would know how to position the hairpiece, I think, hopefully. So it sort of disappears up here where it matters. Here and here matter. At least I get to follow this contour here in the middle. It really brings out the blackheads, this stuff. And I'll probably get pimples from it. Just at a sideways glance, I can tell that the greys are still showing. 1 to 2 weeks or something for that controlled GX stuff to work. The answer to the question, does Ghost Bond, after it's lifted somewhat, come or been in the shower, maybe with water trickling from back down here in through all that, potentially, that's maybe what happened. Before it's cured, at least, after 2 hours, does it fix itself? The answer is fucking no, it does not. I guess there's no way for the water to evaporate out of the puddles that are created inside these pockets under the plastic. With lace, it might be a different story. And it is supposed to cure for 24 hours without being interfered with. And I interfered all right. I had a shower, which is wrong. So positioning this back into the exact position it came from would be like there, exactly there. Right? Why is there overhang then back here? It's in the exact position. That was not sitting on hairs before. So how the fuck are those tan lines not giving me a complete indication? Because I can see through here. I can't see through a hairpiece like this. I feel like that's too high. Okay, so I've moved my forehead, I've moved my eyebrows down, and now the tan line, I'll turn the camera around so you have an absolute best view possible of this. Now it would be good news if the tan line, the tan marking method is shit, because that means there's no reason for you to ever waste your time taking an entire day to do this ridiculous thing just to mark where your hairpiece should land. Now, can you see? See if I can change the lighting a bit better here. Alexa, turn off the bathroom. It may be reactivated when I move. I don't know if that gives you any better visibility. It's probably better before. That's overhanging like a motherfucker up there, isn't it? It could be the hairpiece is too big. But that now, you can see that the tan line has moved down a lot. Still overhang, but back on this side. This is where you need a precisely correct stencil size. Do you think my hairpiece is exactly that size? I don't know. Can you tell from looking at it if it's going to be exactly the same size? Okay. By my estimate, Alexa, turn on the bathroom. By my estimate, this tan line is pretty fucking useless. I've done it before and I remembered it to be useful, but now I don't think it is. I can barely see it for a start. But I think it does make me look healthier. Because who wants to be pasty white? Is this thing of any use then, if all that failed? I don't know, maybe. I've given myself abrasions from wiping off the glue, so I'm not going to put glue directly onto that, but when I do come back, I will place glue along here, wipe it in. I'm pretty confident where I can glue down to now at least. And that will give me more glue along the front here when I have that second layer. Will I put down some Max Hold Sport Scalp Protector as well? Just down to that exact tan line. No, it's too messy. Scalp Prep did not stop this suction cup from falling again. It was the cleaning of the underside of the suction cup that has made it hold this long, at least this time. It's probably both sides that matter. But this side is the side that spits out water. I think it's important that I put Ultra Hold up along the hairpiece, pre-glue it. So basically what I'm saying is, right now, I should take a brush and put Ultra Hold along the back edge, because in my experience, Ghost Bond never holds up here on the perimeter hairs. So I'll do that. I'll put some Ultra Hold up here on the back. We can't ever have shower water coming in through here. And the hold up there with Ghost Bond is weak. But it feels clean and it doesn't ooze. There's no oozing, it's an ooze-free glue, which is great. Which is why I'm glad I'm using it today. But Ultra Hold is needed up here because it's too weak to hold that up there. As for the rest, as for my scalp, you can see the redness coming through from the abrasions I gave myself from rubbing. It doesn't take much to give yourself abrasions when you're trying to clean the glue off your scalp and stuff like that. But after half an hour, it'll probably settle down, go away. My body's probably repairing these little broken cells that I've cracked open, and they'll be fixed within half an hour, I think. Maybe an hour, I don't know. But yeah, so there are two things to do. One is right now I can put Ultra Hold on here, and secondly, I will put Ghost Bond all over all of that. Maybe all the way down to the wire. Okay, so I put a layer of Ultra Hold on the back of this hairpiece. It's gonna take 15 minutes to dry. I use one of those brushes, and then immediately after using it, I throw it in the bin because I knew there was no way to do anything. I also just investigated cyanoacetate or super glue, and it doesn't say anything about cancer from what I just read, but it can cause severe dermatitis and skin problems, and don't get it in your eyes, don't inhale it, it's not good. That's what we call a hard bond glue. I don't have any safe hard bond glues, but I was just thinking, hard bond, I first read about hard bond when I first started thinking about wearing hairpiece. Hard bond and soft bond, it was like two different options. I've never seen a hard bond. I guess the silicone glue I threw in the bin earlier, that's probably a hard bond glue. Probably safe for human skin in whatever the limits are, the safety limits. All I'm trying to think about is an undercoat, something that I could put on my skin before I put on glue, so that there's no chance of sweat coming into contact with the glue and lifting it all up. So far, from what I've seen, this doesn't solve the problem. I'm hoping that I just haven't used it properly, or it's expired or something, but it was the same result when it was brand new, so. I want to seal. See, the thing is, you can't just seal the moisture in, because if it's going to ooze out, it's going to lift this. Whatever I put here has to stop sweat coming out, which could be dangerous if you did it over your whole head, probably. I don't know. Your head's supposed to sweat, but we're not exactly letting it sweat while we've got a plastic hairpiece over the whole thing. But I still want to stop it sweating where the hairpiece is, so that there's no lifting anymore. In fact, I'd want the sweat not to begin there either. I'd want a grace period. I'd want a margin of no sweat at all, from all the way down to there, from up here. Could give Botox another chance, but in the last chance I gave it, it didn't help. Don't know if they didn't give me enough. It was fucking expensive, and he wouldn't do a 50-50 line down the middle, the doctor. So how am I supposed to test it if they're not going to give me 50-50? I can't think of any other way to do that. It has to be 50-50 for the purposes of testing, but I certainly can't afford it. Yeah, just don't scrub your head like that. Probably better just to use chemicals. What is this? Citric acid? I don't know what it is. I think it's citric acid, like lemon juice. Imagine squeezing lemon juice on an injury. So you're scrubbing, and then there's lemon juice coming in the whole time. I'm sure that's probably exacerbated it. But if I take any part of my skin without any chemical and just scrub it, I'm gonna get abrasions. I'll be back to put this on later, after I put a layer of glue up here. I feel the redness has gone down a bit. So with Ghost Bond, it's very thin liquid, so you really don't need that much. So I want to just start with a single line across here like this. Take one of my 10-cent brushes. Now just remember, along the top of the hairpiece, I've put Ultra Hold. So up along here, but remember this bit does not have any contact. that bald spot there. So if I put glue there, it's just going to be a mess. I can avoid that now after today's work, after today's research. Looking down at it. But in the future, I'll have to shave out this. Now that tan line is very hard to see, but I think it goes like this. I think it goes to there and there, I think. It's a shame I didn't punctuate these side edges more with the tan line. Made the whole thing kind of pointless, really. There's got to be a better way than that whole blackface method. And if you've got dark skin, the tan line method is not going to work at all. So it's not exactly a one-size-fits-all solution, is it? Pretty shit idea, actually. I just remember in the past it was a good... Fuck, can't even see where it is. I think it's coming along here like this. Now I expected not to get the exact front hairline here. It would have been nice though. But I'm constantly facing lifting. So maybe I will go a bit lower, try and get some sort of line there. I've also got some hairs in there too, unfortunately. Fuck it. Usually I would definitely spread the glue up in that spot up there, but hopefully I've avoided that a bit. And when this dries very quickly, so that amount of glue was enough. Just that single line across, because it spreads so thin. Now, one of the great things about water-based glue is I can just wash this brush and keep reusing it until I decide to use ultra hold. In the future for ultra holds, if I'm just doing that line at the back, I might crack this open, but I was just waiting for this one to be finished, but that could be a while. Brush is clean. Clean the nozzle. Stickiest fucking pre-cum nozzle I've ever seen. Right, and then this one, close that properly so no air gets in. Should be okay. Pity about this. I'm really gonna weaken that area if I clean it. But I think it's probably worth cleaning. This is like tipping point, this whole thing is just, it wants to fall all the time. Something I can do to help prevent things, put that away at least. If I use this brush, it'll be putting water in the glue. That's unacceptable. Don't know if you can see the shine difference where the ultra hold basically ends along that top front bit. It also continues down to this corners, so the corners have the potential to become messy here and here, but I think the whole front center will remain mostly cleanish. Don't know why there's a black mark here. I think it must have touched something. I need to wet the hair, otherwise I won't see what I'm doing. Now you can see those hairs are forcing their way back, and these hairs are going to be going forwards. So I'm going to have a kind of a horizontal part like that with this hairpiece, unfortunately. Now placement is going to involve some mess, unfortunately, as I slide this into position. But I'll try to keep the mess behind the line, the tan line. I wish that was more clearly portrayed. It's pointless if you don't do it properly. But I can see that line's down there though, so that's good. It's really these corners that I need to keep in the right spots. Everything else, including the front center, kind of lands right if I get those two corners. Just make sure the water doesn't get in, any gaps, just a light mist. And later I'll give myself a haircut so there's no 5-inch chunk, clump. See, that ends that distance, and this is just getting increasingly long over here, so I'll even that up, which will result in a shorter hairstyle. And I just watched, I'm just in the closing scene for Heads of State. Totally expensive, well-made action film with some comic one-liners, but unfortunately the one-liners are not perfect. They're a bit weak with the writing, but the stunts and production are very good. Idris Elba is awesome. He's fucking massive dude. And John Cena, he's not exactly Arnold Schwarzenegger. He has some comedic qualities. You know, he's okay. It's not like he's doing anything wrong. If they gave him better one-liners, he still wouldn't compete. No, he's not going to compete with Arnie. It's just, no. But he's, you know, he's makeshift. Like, movies he's in tend these days to have pretty good budgets. Like, he does the job, he gets the job done. But Idris Elba just has a presence. Like, he's definitely like an A-lister. John Cena isn't quite an A-lister, or even comedic A-lister. Did this land exactly right this time? And is that hold better than usual? Because I came right down to the front, thanks to the tan line, or did I miss the tan line here? Because I presumed when it landed there and there, it would fall into position here. Well, I don't think it has fallen into position. I should have inched away along. But it does feel like a fairly strong hold most of the way across. All the way across, actually. Right now, usually at this point, you'd know I'd complain that this has no fucking hold at all and I'd be hating it. But right now, I think due to the very small amount of alcohol spray I put this time, there was no extra weighting involved. It's not like I think alcohol weakens the hold, but it might. I never suspected that alcohol would weaken the hold because I use alcohol spray for every hairpiece application. But could it be that too much alcohol destroys the glue? Is that what's been happening all these years? Have I been using too much alcohol spray? So I am convinced from today's exercise, I know that this is not positioned correctly. This needed to be inched down to follow the line. But given there's no clear, easy line to see, I fucked up. Like that has obviously got glue exposed there. This should have been positioned lower. Is it too late? I feel like it's too late. Let's have a close-up look. Did I get rid of the plastic line and everything else? I really do want to be able to achieve a brush back look. It feels far more secure than usual. It feels extremely clean and secure. And I'm glad. Well, I'm glad for two things. I'm glad I used the less messy Ghost Bond at the front, and I'm glad I used the thick, stronger glue at the back where the perimeter hairs require a lot more holding strength. And I'm glad I aligned it on the left and right sides equi-altitudinally. I just messed up by assuming that if those two were in position, the rest would just flop perfectly into position, but I shouldn't have taken that information for granted. I should have made sure it all landed exactly along the tan line. So having a marker there and a marker there is not enough. I need a marker all the way across. And when I say marker, I don't think a tan line is the greatest idea because of the lack of effectiveness. But there must be some other way to do it. I know this would wipe off, but not if it's under glue. When we think of people who demonstrate in a salon how they put on people's hair pieces and they use some kind of white eyeliner pencil, I think what they must be doing is putting it just lower, like arrows, like just above here, just above here, just above here, just above here. In that way, you could assume a certain half a centimeter kind of gap where you would stop applying the glue. I think applying glue all the way along the front hairline, in the same way you would with lace, with proper measurements and so on, from the first moment gives an initial feeling of absolutely strong hold, plus less alcohol. And also, I'm not sweating at all right now, which is extremely unusual for me. But looking at this at nighttime, at nighttime with all artificial lighting, I'd be confident to walk around with a brush back look with this hairpiece. In the daylight, I am thinking that that's on day 1. I don't know about day 2. Day 2 is always a problem. Day 2 to 14 is often a problem, right? But it could potentially work. The buff and everything else and the curls, it's a separate issue. And now, talking about the brush back look, it has to go all the way. And this is not long enough to not make a ramp here. Probably, I can't see, but it needs to go all back. All of it. If it doesn't, brush back look will not work. And you can't see what the end result will be. This hair is completely dry back here and this is completely wet, so that's not how the end product's ever going to look. Okay, so I've got 3 things in my mind right now. The greys, they didn't disappear from just a little bit of Control GX from the shower over there. Just for men's shampoo, it wasn't enough. And my hair piece was off all day. I could have dyed my hair, it would only have taken 45 minutes. And that would have completely removed the greys. No question, with proper hair dye. The plastic exposed base that I cut off in the previous video totally solved the exposed plastic, except in bright light and sunshine. You would see it under the right lighting conditions. But I don't think we can blame the thickness of the base being 0.06 rather than 0.03 millimeters. I don't think so. I think it's just a texture difference. In terms of the color number 18 being dyed so that the doll's hairlines are removed, that is essential for a brush back look. It has massively increased my confidence with wearing a hairpiece. I was always paranoid about my hairline because of the doll's hairlines or the squished ends in the case of lace. In the case of lace, you've got glue. In the case of ultra hold, you've got oozing. You've got oozing and shine coming from this stuff. So I think it really is, if one layer on the forehead is exact, right up to the line, it feels much firmer than usual with this stuff. So you pre-glue that and you pre-glue your forehead. If you just pre-glued a hairpiece, I don't know the mechanics of how glue attaches to a surface, but microscopically where it's all happening, imagine the sticky glue is coming down onto a slippery surface and it just squishes down. It's going to grip in a little bit, but not much. But if the surface here is smothered in something that's blocking that slipperiness, it's giving this an attachment anchor like that. The problem is what's happening underneath this is this all gonna come off, leaving a wet scalp versus 2 layers of glue. Did this in its own right become the underlay, become the scalp protector? I don't know. I mean, I suspect this alone is a better scalp protector than this. It feels better. This was sticky even without the ultra hold after a while, I think. Also, it removed any chance of extra stick, but I did stick it back down briefly yesterday before I felt this is too fucking messy and I had to get it off my head, which is why I've had to do this whole thing again today. This like feels like a firm hold. Just got to make sure in the future that I figure out a better hairline marking method. A comb pressed in, as we know, will leave a temporary mark that you'll probably be able to see if the lighting is giving shadows for about, I don't know, 30 to 60 seconds. That will not require any cleanup at all. The tan marking method, what the fuck's the point? It's a waste of time. It takes forever and it's not effective. I didn't do it properly as well. I can even see where the tan ends and the non-tan starts. I can also see the wetness of sweat trying to gasp for breath through the whatever this fucking chemical is on my face. With blackheads, all kind of blackened all along. You can see I'm tired right now, right? You can see my eyes are wanting to close. I'm not going to, I'll probably stay awake for another 24 hours, 36 hours doing stuff on the computer. But I am exhausted. I don't really like to be filming myself under these conditions. But we had to finish this. And that is finished. Now, reasonably, I should say this will stay on my head for 2 weeks now. And I won't have to touch it. But I've also said many times that twice a week you've got to lift up the front hairline, scrape off the old glue using a scrubbing towel of some sort. Repaste the glue and pop it back down. Under those circumstances, would I still do the underlay and the overlay? In order to do that, I'd need a very accurate hairline marking method. Not sure what to do about it. Could try to tattoo a black light line, which is only visible whenever I go to a rave or something under black light. Just tattoo a line and then put a black light in here so I can see. But then I think I'll probably have to turn off other lights. Using this thing, this soft template, and pushing it up there and then marking it that way still requires a marker of sorts. But if I'm just lifting the front hairline to reapply glue and then popping it back down, I can't, this is useless. I need to come up from this angle, which almost means I need to make a face mold. The other alternative is that other idea I had, which is create an entire Stylist cap with a cutout of this area that sits here and is worn around the entire head, and it tightly holds itself there and everywhere else, leaving the perfect inverse stencil exactly here. And if I just, you know, adjust it, you saw how well this sort of stuck to the scalp when it was pressed against it tightly. You would just inch it along a bit until it gets into the right position. And the tightness around the head would hold it there. Exactly. Then it's already marked. And also, if you didn't care, you could just let glue go on it, wait for it to dry. The problem is, what I've found in my experience is, if you do cross over onto tape or anything else, when you're gluing, right, and you pull this off, sometimes the glue will just rip like a sheet of plastic. So it's not ideal. Anyway, I think I'm on the right track to figuring out how the fuck to do this after nearly 14 years. Let me know, or let everyone else know, what you think in the comments below about inverse stencils and all the other shit. If you want to show your own progress or your own ideas in image form or video form, you have to do it on the Discord channel. That's the link at the bottom of the description. After all the affiliate links to all the products I want you to buy off Amazon so that I get 3 cents. But these are things that I recommend. Unless you find something on there that's shit, they're usually not, because I've done a lot of research. Anyway. Okay. Can you imagine this dry? If so, then I can just go. Can I go? Can I just, you don't mind if I just leave and go and make some deep fake porn or anything, do you? I've gotta go, something just came up. I woke up today, my hair looks like this. Took a sleeping tablet last night. I'm sort of taking them every day now, which is good. I mean, I know it's addictive and everything and you can't sleep without it, but I can't sleep anyway, so it might be in my best interest to keep taking sleeping tablets. I'm happy to wake up with my hair like this. This is great. This stuff, when placed exactly along a front marked hairline in combination with the hair coming down from the top, seems to be a lot stronger than when I end the glue back there from pasting onto my head, and in combination with right to the front with the pasting onto the hairpiece itself. So instead of landing like that with the 2 glue areas, it lands flush. But that requires you to mark exactly. Now, in terms of, I've shown you before many times, when I raise and lower my eyebrows, usually that plastic at the front just remains stationary. So my forehead is doing that, and this is not moving, which means it's not stuck directly. It should move together. This has been the best solution so far in winter. I don't know if it'll work well in summer. The other thing is, it does not feel sticky and it is not oozing. I'm sick of the oozing. I've used this stuff because it's stronger back along the perimeter, because we've got to deal with perimeter hairs like that, and Ultra Hold can stick to that, but the very thin layer of Ghost Bond cannot stick to that. It must be a flush environment. In terms of an undercoat or a scalp protector, Max Hold Sport, in my experience, did not work. But Ghost Bond itself as the underlay kind of did seem, so far, after less than 24 hours, which is not a real test at all, but I can tell you it feels very nice, and I'm extremely happy to know that I have positioned this correctly without any eschewment. And given that I do kind of have curly hair, I'd probably be happy to walk around like this. No, it's not, I'm unkempt, yes, but I'm unkempt in a way that somebody with real hair would be unkempt. So that feels like a move in the right direction. So I'm getting closer to what possibly could be a solution now. And people talk about everybody's body chemistry is different. I don't think everybody's body chemistry is different. I think we're made of the same atoms, mostly water, hydrogen, and oxygen. But carbon is a big factor in a human being. So we're not all different, we're all the same. Some people just simply sweat more than others. There might be hormones in some people's skin that don't exist in other people's skin. I don't know. But all we're trying to do is tolerate more fluid or less fluid. We're trying to tolerate more heat or less heat. They're the 2 only things that I can think of factors that would differentiate one person to another. And it's not just one person to another, it's me now versus me in summertime when I'm fucking sweltering. Right now it's pouring out rain. It'll be a good chance for me to see if the hole in the ceiling is dripping, because we sealed it. I'm not sure if it fixed it. very, very happy with today's result after doing that measuring thing. Now, placing this up here only works when you have not got a hairpiece on, allowing you to trace. But how to trace? Using the tan marking method. It's a joke. Crazy amount of effort, and it looks stupid. Only works on light-skinned people, and I could even barely see it anyway. What we need is something that can be visible at the time of placement and then stop being visible after placement has occurred. Now, this may require drawing something and then washing it off, which seems likely. There are also such things as invisible markers, right? I've bought them before, but they did not write on skin. It was so, the ink was just way too weak for skin. You could barely see it to begin with. And could it get caught under there and be reactivated by moisture? We need to make sure that doesn't happen. But an invisible marker, I'm pretty sure is something you can write with, and it will disappear over time. Now, I'm hoping that amount of time is calculable and written in the description of whatever the product is, and I haven't properly researched this yet, but it sounds to me like that would be the best. Hopefully the marker itself does not hinder attachment. Hopefully this as an underlay could coat over that and you could mark it exactly. Once this stuff is on, under most lighting conditions, you will not see it after it dries. It'll be shinier slightly than your skin on your forehead, but that's about it. We only need to mark the hairline, don't we? Everybody else has a perimeter which is clearly marked by hair. You've either got hair, you've got around your perimeter, if you're wearing a hairpiece, you've got hair all around that's naturally growing properly without being bald out of at least a horseshoe shape, unless you don't have any hair at all anywhere, in which case you'd have to draw out the lines kind of everywhere. And in that case as well, an invisible marker is probably the best approach. Let's talk about the hairline, because I think that's the one that affects most people. The hairline needs to be marked. It really is a massive help for placement. And I also can tell you, if you have a full topper, the whole thing is this long, right? So you've got ample opportunity to line it up. Now, where you want it to land exactly is just a matter of nudging a bit, right? But the whole thing is not going to be askew, because if it was askew with something that long, it would be askew all the way back to there, and you'd easily know about it. So you could place it down, center it, and just make sure it lands. If it's an exact size that fits in your shave zone, it will land there. In which that case, it will land here probably. But there's a fair amount of stretch in something in plastic that long. I mean, look at the stretch in this already, and that's only that short, right? It's not that short, it's fucking that short. But there's stretch, and this is a much thicker material than the base material we use. Same with lace, it has some stretch as well, because if you think of netting, right? Netting, if you stretch it, it can still do that, right? All hair pieces are going to have stretchability. It's not like you're putting a rock on your head. This current situation has taught me that, one, this is good when it is used as an underlay, I think, so far. I cannot stop the perspiration coming in from underneath what has now become hardened plastic under here and pushing the whole thing off. So that is not being solved. If I could find some sort of antiperspirant cream that does not hinder adhesion, that would be a good cream to have. Something that would simply block the pores, okay? Now, I wouldn't do it over my whole body, because I had some Bond girl died because she was covered in gold paint and her skin was suffocating, unable to breathe. Because your skin does need to breathe up to breathe. Could your head overheat enough that it could kill you? Don't know. I don't know. But your body has other options. It can't come out here, but the sweat and pores can breathe around these areas. Ideally, I would want to give it a margin, like I said, and keep the antiperspirant coming down. But in the shower, you'd be washing that all away every time. But I don't know, maybe you want to rub a line of antiperspirant, or if there's a spray. You don't want to get the stuff in your eyes. And I don't know that this is the solution, but could you just spray antiperspirant? So sweat protection. Do you think I will still sweat here today? It's 72 hours, right? But also, when I do sweat, is this now going to run down into my eyes and sting my eyes? Don't want that to happen either. But feeling it, it doesn't feel any different to my skin. So, could I use something like Lynx Africa antiperspirant underneath everything? And if I did do that, is it microscopic enough not to create a dusty film, right? Like, say, for example, this stuff does. I'll rotate this so I can spray it while showing you the logo. Right, this is Nivea for men. Now, Nivea has always been like a cream, like a... I could have sworn this stuff left a white. Yes, it does, okay? Now, if I pasted glue onto this, I don't think it's going to hold very well. But this Lynx Africa stuff didn't leave any mark at all. So I've solved most of my problems at this point. But I need a decent marking method, a way to figure out where that line would be under any circumstances easily. And from my understanding is, I just need something that will mold around my head and give me my inverse template from below, from here, from my forehead. I need something I can place on my forehead temporarily and put that up there like that. Now, the stuff this came from, the Stylist cap, would hold itself in position over my entire head and be like a headband for this, right? What we're talking about really kind of is a rubber headband. So if you had a headband that was cut exactly like an inverse thing, it could probably hold around here. But the chances of it slipping off if it was up here are pretty high. So putting that whole cap on is going to give you lower skull hold all the way around. But that's pretty much the same as a headband. But if you had a headband, you might end up having to tilt it, which could cause the plastic to tilt as well, which could be a problem. Whereas the cap, if you were willing to put that whole thing on your head, would not have that problem. So it looks like the Stylist cap would be an answer for this. So long as you jiggled it into the correct position around. But all we need to do is find a mark line to put along the front hairline temporarily. So I'm still leaning towards, there are two options here that I've thought of. Cutting one of those caps out so that you've got an inverse template, or a marker with invisible ink. If you did the invisible ink method, I assume the best way to do that would be to place your stencil on your head first, then trace it. And I don't know whether or not you should do it with your eyebrows lowered or your eyebrows up, because as we saw, that creates a massive difference as you raise and lower your eyebrows of where the front hairline is, because your front hairline is connected to your eyebrows when you move the skin on your forehead. So I'll look into invisible markers for skin. Don't know if they exist. I don't think I want to have to resort to some sort of glow in the dark or black light markers that would show up under a black light. That's just way too inconvenient for everybody. We need a marker we can see in normal lighting, because right on skin, trace it properly. We need to be able to get rid of some of it if we make a mistake. And we need a way to mark out what our hairline looks like. Now, an inverted one coming from underneath would be inverse of this, right? And we'd want it to be like that. And we want to be able to trace it. Now, I told you that I could probably build out of my 3D printer and designing it on my computer a stick with a Y that just, I hold it here so it doesn't hinder my visibility, right? Hold it like that and just press it in with my other hand, and it would give me nodule marks temporarily, which is not ink, it's simply indentations in the skin. It'll be slightly painful, like pressing a comb into the skin. Maybe one's that big, right? And that would probably last for enough seconds that I would see where the line is to paste the glue. That would mean there's no need to wipe anything off. It's still there. I would still be able, if that was dotted all the way along here, well, let's wait and see. How long? 14 minutes past 1 at the moment. Watch the clock, see how long it takes for this thing to disappear. I'll even try to make it disappear. Can't do my other eyebrow, I can only do one eyebrow. Does that mean my other eyebrow's weak? We need to practice. Okay, I feel like it's disappearing beyond being able to see it anymore now. I can still vaguely see it, but I think I got about 30 seconds. I can still vaguely see it though. Like, invisible ink seems better. It seems better than that. It also seems better than the cap, having to put that cap over your hair. What if you've styled most of your hair? You wouldn't have styled your hair, you haven't got a hairpiece on, you haven't styled shit. But it is, you know, you're gonna be putting tight plastic against your hair and, you know, stuffing it, you know, you're gonna make it frictiony and frizzy and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, we need invisible ink to put along there, and we need somewhere to trace it. So what about an idea that comes up from underneath? If I'm holding something with my hand, I'm sacrificing a hand. What we kind of need is more of a headband at least, and then from there we can trace, and then just take that away, take the pen away, and we're left with a perfect hairline line. How long do we want that thing to last? Maximum half an hour, right? You don't want the ink to be sticking around all day and you can't leave the house because you've got a fucking line here with glue painted over the top of it. You don't want to be painting directly onto the line, but once you try to aim over a certain area and not get any onto the ink, if you got any onto the ink and it was not magically going to disappear, the glue is going to prohibit you from wiping it away. You'd have to rip all the glue off, which could cause a tear in the glue, a big mess of removed glue, just to get away at the ink that you couldn't remove. Say, for example, in the case of an eyeliner pencil. I should probably watch videos of how people use eyeliner pencils to mark their front hairline to see how they're getting away with it. Because I think they have been doing it. Because I mean, an eyeliner pencil, obviously it's designed, like makeup is designed to be wipeable off somebody's face. In fact, why the fuck am I using this stuff when makeup exists? There must have been a better way to do this. It's just that I wanted it to last for a couple of weeks, so the hairline would still be there. But there's no fucking way I'm ever doing that again. Or I might do it again, but I'm not gonna suggest it to you because it's so stupid, cumbersome, 8-hour blackface method that is just absolutely stupid. But worth trying. But yeah, the conclusion is as expected. It's way too much effort for not much at all. I'll keep working on it. You work on it too. If your comment, which I'm not probably going to read before I go and do something else, gives a better idea and talks about the methods used to get there. Don't say, oh, just magically make something like this happen. No. Step-by-step instructions or it doesn't count. Okay, so these are the new ones. This is long distance to intermediate. These ones are long distance to reading, which creates a huge amount of peripheral distortion. So I'm trying to get a refund on these because I swapped these to get the bifocals, which are only long distance to intermediate, which is what these do. But the line in the middle for the bifocals, nobody orders bifocals anymore. But I thought it might be a good solution for driving and stuff. And also it has it's deeper in terms of the length from the top to the bottom. These are shallower in terms of that distance there. All three of them are transition lenses. You can see the line on there where the sun's hit it. And if I leave them in sun longer, same as these, it'll change to darker, so they'll become sunglasses, which is cool. Looking around, there's no peripheral distortion at all, but I do have to tilt my head quite a long way up to be able to read anything with the intermediate distance. They're not as fine as reading, so I probably can't read small labels. But I can read, quite a few things. Like I can read this can if I tilt my head back. I think they look okay as both reading and sunglasses, but I don't need two pairs. So one of these is going to be swapped for these without any expense. It's a bit of an upgrade because bifocal to multifocal, it's not even called multifocal apparently, but these are called occupational glasses because it's long to intermediate instead of long to reading, so they've got different words. Anyway, hopefully I'll get a refund of about $800 if they let me. Otherwise I'm going to be stuck with these glasses that cause a massive amount of peripheral distortion and they're too dangerous to drive with, and I can't even walk a straight line and see people's faces properly without turning directly to face them. These ones, I can just move my eyes left and right and everything's still in focus. So these are the best, except for the amount of tilting required. But because they are shallower than, say, for example, these, by about, I don't know, maybe 20 mil, quite a lot. These are narrower, but the span here is allowing for a better, faster motion of the head to get what I need into focus. The frame is not massively hindering any kind of visibility. It comes out wide enough on the sides, and well, I guess looking up is going to be a problem if I have to look in the mirror. I'd still have to do that, and these ones will not be useless for that because it's only long distance, so looking in the mirror is going to be useless. But that's what I've seen so far. I like these ones so far, just the head tilting to read anything. So I got my new glasses. Basically they've been embedded into my eyeballs so I can see clearly at all times now. So lucky that technology is good at this point in history. That's a relief. Aside from my headphones I've got hanging there, I've now got this thing which holds my vape right there, so hopefully I won't strangle when I use it, when I sleep. It's easy to not lose. It's elastic. This is from Vape Spoon, if you want to carry something around your neck. Like it. It was a 2-pack, so I've got 2 of these. I keep forgetting it's there, so I'm going to keep reaching in my pocket. Where the fuck is it? But it's there. That's good. No, actually, my new glasses, these are 2 pairs. One is for reading and one is for distance. They're both from, the frames are very similar, but the reading ones are bluer, so I can sort of, when the room is well lit, which is rare for me, I can see that the reading ones are like that. And also they've got a solid plastic casing around the arms, whereas this one is metal exposed with a couple of rubber ends. You look at blurry as fuck, now you're kind of half in focus. This is distance and intermediate. And there's 100% reading. So I can see the screen clearly, but I can't see my reflection unless I come to here. Now I look like a bit of an Oompa Loompa with this fake tan shit happening. didn't cut this enough off. I've booked an appointment with Hair House tomorrow, so they're the people who said they'd do it for $35 to do the bulk reduction using thinning shears. I'm going to tell them, and I will always tell them until I change my mind, that I'm going to grow my hair to 4 inches, which means from the outset, do not cut my fucking hair. Don't fuck it up. Don't try and use thinning scissors and then I end up with 1 inch hair, making this bulbous thing at the front and fucking it all up for me. It takes way too long to grow it back. Now in terms of the day, has it been 24 hours since I put this on? Can't remember, but I'm pretty sure it hasn't been 24 hours yet. I think it was after 10 p.m. that I finally put this thing on. So it's not even 24 hours, but so far, so perfect. Look, it's just undetectable. And there's no lifting at all so far. And that area over there should still be sticky because I didn't land exactly on the tan line when I placed that. This edge and this edge, I think, were exactly placed. But this, as I said, I should have maneuvered it down into the exact position where it should have landed. So in between then and now, I have still not invented a solution to give myself a perfect front hairline. I did look at briefly at magic markers, invisible ink. All of them that I've seen so far are UV, which means you can mark something like a television set if you're robbed, and if it ends up in a pawn shop, you could just hold a UV light over it and find it. I don't want to have to deal with UV lights in here and turn off the main lighting so I can't see what the fuck's going on just to place it. So it has to be ink I can see with, the normal color spectrum of human vision. So I'll keep researching that. As it stands, these glasses are not very good for me in this room because I cannot see my reflection and I cannot see the screen at the same time. So there is another pair I've got. I had to give the other pair of bifocals back. They weren't much good to me. I mean, they were pretty good for not having peripheral distortion, but these ones also achieve that because if you're an absolute blue now, okay, I have to really tilt my head way too far back, I would say, before I can read things, and I might have to go back and fucking tell them off about that because they keep making mistakes like this. But I can see the real world very clearly, uninhibited, without any peripheral distortion, which is great for driving, except when I want to look at my phone map or what speed I'm going, in which case I've got to go. It's a fucking pain in the ass. So these do not make the grade. They warned me that it'd be like that, and I said, don't make them like that, and they did anyway. The bifocals were straight across, so it was like I was always half underwater like this. There was like a line of different prescription right across the middle of my vision. That sucked. I did not have a shower today, which is the rules for 24 hours of baking or curing or bonding, whatever the fucking word is. But I'm extremely happy with the hold so far. Not sticky and disgusting. It's not oozy like this one is, but this one has been applied at the back and also there so far. Haven't had a shower, haven't rubbed my head, haven't even had, so I just got out of bed and basically walked around with my head as it is. And so far it's perfect under those conditions with zero heat in the atmosphere. This room is always the same between 22 and 24 degrees Celsius, but humidity is apparently 53%. That jumps up to like 90%, I think, when I have a shower. But whatever the conditions are, I don't trust that thermometer, to be honest. Alexa, what's the temperature? Alexa, change the volume to 5. Alexa, what is the temperature?
Right now, it's 12 degrees Celsius. Tonight, expect a low of 8 degrees.
Alexa, okay, thank you. Thank you. 12 degrees Celsius. Should I try to guess what that is in Fahrenheit? 20 is 70, right? You don't just half it. I'd go down 5 degrees, down to 15. That'd give me about 60 Fahrenheit. And then going down to 12, let's take off another 5, go to 55 degrees. Let's say it's 58 degrees Fahrenheit, that's my guess. Alexa, what's the temperature in Fahrenheit? Alexa, this Alexa, not the other one, Alexa. Alexa, what is the temperature in Fahrenheit?
Right now, it's 55 degrees Fahrenheit. Tonight, expect a low of 47 degrees.
There we go. That's the third world temperature gauge. All right, I'm gonna go and bask in how awesome my hairline is. Like I say, it's probably a bit high because I can see the tan line a little bit hot, a bit lower than where it is. The tan line's there, hairline's there. So that's, I'm assuming, half a centimeter. That's 5 millimeters I'm talking about here. Yeah. So that needs to be lowered, but not going to do it. Don't want to jeopardize the hold. And going forward, need to figure out a way to mark that. One of the things I'm going to buy on Amazon is a fine tooth comb, because these teeth are simply not close enough to one another to get out tiny things. However, if I do get a fine tooth comb, it would be a danger to tearing at things, maybe pulling hairs too much. What product have I got in my hair right now? I'm pretty sure nothing. I'm pretty sure I have nothing in my hair. Just shower and then nothing. I'm pretty sure. But it is a bit chaotic. The girl who served me at the glasses place was in no way interested. She saw me as some unkempt old man, and I remember last time I was there, she was kind of flirting with me. It felt like that. She's in her 20s though, and I'm fucking nearly 50. But I haven't been out in the world during the interim, really, as a respectable member of society. I've wandered the streets with a guitar over my back on rollerblades for decades. So that's a bit different, sitting down as a customer in a high 5-star place like that glasses place. So anyway, I'm going to edit this video, even though I just edited it and released the previous one that was 4.5 hours long. This one's got new information that I feel like it's going to be important, especially if I can come to some sort of conclusion. One of the conclusions I have come up with so far, not a conclusion, pending theory, is that this works well as an undercoat, as a scalp protector. That sticks to the scalp, go all the way to the front hairline with it, which means you need to mark where it's going to land on the front hairline, and I have not figured out how to do that yet. I did try the blackface method, but I don't think it's a good idea. There needs to be a better idea. The fine tooth comb is just for other things. It's going to be purchased to be used as a tool. I'll probably still continue to use this as well as a non-fine tooth comb. But that's not going to solve the issue that I'm talking about. I need to be able to mark that front hairline. So 2 theories so far: comb marking method, and I don't want to deal with the tape marking method where you put Micropore tape from 3M all over your forehead, that medical tape, which sticks properly. Also allows you to glue right up to the brunt of it. In that situation, then tape marking method may be the best, because you can't get the glue placement wrong. So long as the tape is positioned in exactly the right spot. So do I need a ruler each time, or can I make something that will stay there? Then I put the tape on anyway, if I feel like it or not. The tape is almost a secondary thing from having a ruler that does the hairline and shows you where to put the tape or to put the hairpiece. I'm not going to tattoo my face, although there is henna, isn't there? You just don't want a line right across your front hairline, that's for sure. I mean, you can have it while you're putting it on, but you just don't want it there. after you've put it on, because you'll just look like a fucking weird alien robot thing with a line across your front hairline. That is absolutely, of course, unacceptable. I wonder how clashy these two things would be if I put my glasses away. Got this thing dangling around, plus I'm always putting my headphones here. Now I've got a tangly mess. Now I'm gonna have to solve that problem as well. I never like to put my sunglasses or reading glasses up on my head because there's often hair product in there, and because I've got a hairpiece on, there's always a chance that these, a very good chance that these will catch on the front hairline and start ripping up the hairpiece from my scalp. So I always hang them here, but then again I always hang this here, and I've got this hanging here too. Over the years I've thought about wearing a utility vest, but it's not exactly always fashionable. I can't put these down in my pocket of any kind. If I sit down, I'll smash them. Don't know what to do. Potentially this has to go and I can't keep it. Or the headphones have to just dangle out of my pocket, which is mostly fine, I guess. I really do appreciate having this. I especially need it at night when I'm lying in bed and I'm going, where the fuck is it? Because my arm isn't bending around enough to, where the fuck is it? Oh, where's all my shit? Where's my drink? Right, smoke, other thing. So this will be good for going to bed. In everyday life, I need to smuggle this shit because I need to secretly smoke because it's illegal. So I've got to wear something over the top of it, right? I can't walk around like this. And I'm sneakily doing it indoors at venues. Oh no, I'm fucking poisoning everybody with this shit. And they go out and suck down liters of carbon monoxide just from walking down the street, because we live in primitive times where cars are still putting out exhaust. There's pollution way more than if somebody wandered by, somebody who did this. And I hold it in when I'm indoors, I do this. Couldn't see anything, could you? Good. That's because I've held it in. I'll let all the smoke and stickiness stick to the lungs and areola of my fucking lungs, okay? Alveoli, what the fuck is it called? The broccoli in there. I don't know. I think it's alveoli. Alexa, what's the name for the air sacs in your lungs?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, what is the medical term for air sacs in a human lung?
From clevelandclinic.org, your airways start from your nose and end in small air sacs in your lungs, alveoli.
Alveoli. There you go. All right, I'll come back. I might have a solution for marking that. But even when I do mark it, I have to figure out where it is each time. How? If I made a face mask that molded to my face, right, with little eye holes and mouth holes and stuff, and just went boom, and that fits over the fucking Neanderthal forehead, right, and goes clonk, right, and sockets perfectly. At that point, the top of it would be rounded exactly where I want it to be. But I just trace it. Or it has some kind of tape dispenser that goes thump and it's placed. Then I can just glue all over there and just peel that off. Could I prepare lengths of tape? Like if you get thick enough tape, you could probably cut them all out to the curvature. And so one piece of tape, and you know I've got that Teflon paper, so that could be the backing, right? If I took a roll of thick tape, hold on a second. Okay. Contact, that's like wallpaper. There's no way that's not going to be thick enough if I use that. And you can get it in different colors too. Don't think it would stick very well to skin. Same with packing tape, I don't think that would stick well to skin. Duct tape, don't think it'll stick well to skin. might be thick enough to altitudinally range from that height at the center to that height on the edge. I'm pretty sure it would be. Even this might be enough, but you want thickness. You don't want it to be super slim over here, otherwise the glue would pass over a very thin sliver as you get up here, and the glue would pass over it. What I'm talking about making here is a series of pre-made tapes that would stick to your head easily. This is a cheap version of gaffer tape, covered in hairs as always. Don't know if it'll stick well to skin, and it'll probably leave a sticky residue as well. I think painter's tape is probably the best for this kind of thing. This is unnecessarily difficult to cut. What I want is a thicker version of this blue tape. I do have this stuff in the bottom drawer here. This pre-taped masking film, which is basically you tape that thin bit of tape on something and then the rest just dangles down and protects the whole area from being splattered with paint. Sorry, spattered or splattered, I don't know. One of them's, I think, was explaining Dexter the difference between spatter and splatter. I think splatter might be a verb. Spatter is a noun, potentially. Could be wrong. Like, when you have a cut in your neck, you do not spatter the splatter all over the wall. You splatter the spatter all over the wall. I think that's correct. Not sure. Now, this is the closest I think would be best. Do I need visibility through it? Do I need it to be transparent? That would certainly cover the range and still give me thickness here and here if I were to cut it out. And then I would use, so in terms of positioning it, okay, transparency would be good because then I could see where my nubs were on my forehead and go, all right. And also I could use the nubs as a key indicator. I would know that potentially if someone's nubs didn't shift in terms of depth. I'd say when eyebrows are up, the end of my first nub is the marker for where I need this tape to be. But then when it gets to the sides going up like that, where do they end? I'd have to just do it by sight. If this thing was positioned in my head and I was accurately able to wobble it into the right position, potentially I could. But I want to be able to come from underneath, and tape would solve that problem. It would also give me a mask for painting glue all down without having any problems. I'd want it to be disposable, so I'd make 100 of them. So they'd be 6 inches wide, every single one of them. They'd be cut exactly how my hairpiece needs to be. Basically, I wouldn't use this one, I would use this one. I'd trace that front hairline shape onto the tape. Looks like this would not work because look at the altitudinal difference. I'll need tape at least that thick from there to there so I can maintain thickness all the way around without having to bend the tape in any way. Alternatively, I can just use existing tape and just crease fold it, crease fold it, crease fold it 3 times on each side. I'll try to do that for you right now. I don't really want to wet this. It's so perfect, I don't want to fuck it up. I'll try to gently hold my hair back using a hairband so we can attempt this right this second. I just say that I have respected the landing place here. Though it's not quite right, it probably should come across like that. Not quite sure. If we used painter's tape, masking tape, don't even need any preparation. In this situation, if I were to not care about making them exact, I'd go across the center like that. And then I would simply sort of fold it with where I wanted the line to end, make sure it was affixing like that. Why am I even thinking about this kind of tape when I've already told you what tape sticks to skin? And that's 3M Micropore tape, and I would make folds like this, right? And then, so long as I did it accurately the first go, it would be like that. Now, let me go get the, and then I would not only have the positioning of the glue in position. The problem is, if I painted glue willy-nilly over that area, when it came time to pull the tape off and just leave the remaining glue behind, the glue is likely to rip. This is the no-name version of the 3M Micropore tape. I bought a bunch of them. Can't remember how much it was, but I saved a lot of money by not buying the official 3M stuff. This is equivalent to Micropore tape. And this company calls itself Recoverology. Recoverology Microporous tape. Is there one I've already opened? Yep, okay. It's probably sticky enough, I guess. It doesn't feel as sticky as the genuine stuff. All right, so if I started on that side over there, definitely sticking much better to my skin than that blue masking tape. And it's thin enough to be malleable. Yeah, that would totally, I think, work. I think the reason it's not sticking up there is because it's touching hairs or something, hopefully. But this is not as good as the genuine 3M stuff, and I might end up using the 3M stuff. If I were to cut this into a shape that totally adhered to the curvature of my hairline, I don't think it would be that helpful because the whole thing warps and bends of its own volition anyway, doesn't it? And so at the end of the day, I've got to just go by sight. And I'm pretty sure the folds in my, look how much better I can get how much deeper I can get the creases on my forehead when this tape's on my head. With it on my head, let's assume that happens every time, that distance just needs to be about the same on each side, right? And as long as my forehead is symmetrical. I don't think everybody's forehead lines are going to be symmetrical though. So worst case scenario, you have to put a little ruler between there and there. I might buy a little ruler as well. It can't be that expensive. This one is no good to me. It's too impractical for face stuff. This is way too impractical to be measuring faces with. It's all over the place. I need a little ruler. It'd be good also to have it coming up and showing me how long my hair, how tall my hair is. And I certainly don't want, I don't ever know why they ever fucking did this. They don't start at 0. They start at like negative, whatever the fuck it is, and some arbitrary amount. And I don't even know if that's an exact centimeter. It's just some arbitrary amount of plastic on each end of the ruler, which fucks up all measurements. Why the fuck did they ever install that into rulers? I don't know. Were they accounting for the fact that it's going to chip away and the plastic's going to break off? Fucking idiots. Anyway, that's the world we're in. We have to deal with that. To the revolution! Oops, just waxed my fucking forehead. Is there sticky residue? No, but it's wet. It's very wet from being sweaty. Let me get rid of that. Gently, don't pull anything. Okay. So, I think I've chosen the candidate for tape if that was going to be the thing. This is designed to stick to skin. It's absolutely designed for it. In fact, I'll take one out of the box right now and just leave it here in the bathroom so it's always there. Hopefully I don't wet it anyway. So, I would recommend spend a bit extra, get the 3M stuff. I think it's stickier and works better. That doesn't work, that doesn't work, that doesn't work, that doesn't work, and that doesn't work. We'll just stick with the Micropore tape if we're going to use the tape marking method here. Now, in terms of measuring where exactly the tape should be placed, And I think we've solved the problem of coming in from underneath instead of coming down from on top in terms of marking. Straight away, you know from the top of your head that the tape marking method is vastly superior to the tan marking method. Now in terms of lowering the hairpiece and putting it in position, so long as the hairs are brushed back and you are caring a lot more about the front hairline placement than the back placement, it should be fine, except for the fact that as you raise and lower your eyebrows, your hairline fucking moves a lot, doesn't it? What you want to see, if you've got proper affixation here at the very front edge, very front tip of the front hairline, is that it does not separate from your forehead. Because if it is doing that, it means it's not stuck to it. I just don't think that I'm not seeing it happen anyway, and these glasses are not strong enough for me to be able to. These are not my reading glasses. These are. It's hard to tell if it's moving with it or not. I don't know. I think it is stuck down firmly. As I lift these hairs, you're not seeing any plastic motion as it departs from its origin. I think it's fine. I don't think what I just said is visible to the human eye. You can't just raise and lower your eyebrows and tell if this plastic is stuck down nicely or not. It's about lifting. I mean, the best way to tell is just gently do that, right? And see if there's any lifting at all. And right now there's none anywhere along the front because of the very, very good hold. Probably because this is acting as an undercoat, which gave itself, not itself, the pre-glued hairpiece glue, which was also this stuff, which is why I said itself, down, good purchase when it landed down on a very adhesive surface, which is not a fucking human scalp that's covered in sweat. I'll be back after I've done some editing for fucking 35 hours so you can watch a short 5-hour video. Alexa, turn on the light. Just to let you know, I have been searching for disappearing ink, magic markers, hair dryer, disappearing ink. I haven't really found that. And I'm watching this guy on a Lord Hair video trying to talk about 4 fingers above the eyebrow. I've spoken about this since the early days. It doesn't make any sense. Where the fuck does your pinky finger start and where does your other finger end? Yeah, sure, it does vaguely correspond, but I could say the top of my finger's there, so my hairline should be there. That's what my 4 fingers are telling me. No, I reckon it should be about there. Okay, so the 4-finger method is nonsense. Me talking about above the top nub on a forehead, that's just my forehead wrinkles. Not everybody has that nub there, so that's no good. How do you measure exactly where your hairline should be? You just guess, right? You go trial and error, too low, too about right, too high, right? And then you go about there, right? How do you mark it? Well, this guy right now, he's talking about rising his finger up, it's soft, and then it gets hard. That's not easy to tell with your fingertip. You can't feel that. It's nonsense. I can see he's got a tan line. He's a tanned dude, right? It's all pale here and it's a definite line. I can see under the certain lighting conditions when he puts the lighting correctly, he has a natural tan line. I don't get a natural tan line. I might if I went out in the sun all the time. No, I wouldn't because I'm fucking freckly. I just get more freckles, but maybe those freckles could act as a dotted line. Still no good. Not for me, okay? The blackface thing was the closest thing I could get to it. So, that 4-finger method doesn't work. And now he's resorting to using an eyebrow pencil. I'm interested to see what he does when it comes to putting glue over the top of the eyebrow pencil, because he's suggesting you do it all the way along, which, you know, if I was initially going to do that and then put tape marking over the top of it, then I'd have to erase the eyebrow pencil before I used glue over the tape, and you just use tape. You wouldn't even bother with any other method if that was what you were going to do with tape, right? But where do you make the tape land to begin with? Where are the measurements coming from that this is the edge where the corner needs to be at the front and this is the edge where the other corner needs to be? How do you mark that? How do you measure it? I'm thinking I need to get a tape measure my eyebrow position is not going to change on my face, I would go, all right, say, but how diagonal would that ruler have to be? Because it can come in here, or it can come up to there. The thing is, I think if you have a set measurement that you've calculated and you go, all right, it's going to be, I don't know, what is that, 10 centimeters, maybe 8, I don't know, 5, I really don't know. All right, but whatever it is, I'll get a small ruler that starts at 0 at the base of the ruler, not fucking plastic shit, then 0. No, it'll be 0 to that spot, right? If you're from some kind of third world country and you use inches all the time, so no, whatever the ruler is that you like, you're using centimeters. I use inches for my hair all the time, but I don't know if I'd use inches for this distance because I hate having to use fractions of an eighth, like 4/8, 6/8. It's fucking primitive as fuck. But I am still using it for hair length and everything because most things come in being measured in inches when it comes to hair. It's just the way it is. I could convert it all to centimeters so I have 1 unit of measurement for everything, but I still decide to use inches for hair. But when it comes to face, I don't know if I'd use inches anymore, which would be wacky probably to switch between those two. But I'll tell you what, I'll try to get a ruler that's transparent, so it's plastic, and it can be flipped, and that it's narrow. I don't want a wide ruler, so it's hard to get a quick string level measurement. And I also have a, one of those things called where you use your thumb and you slide it open and close, and you can clamp it on something and it'll tell you the distance digitally. That'd be good, but not one of those things though, because I want to be able to hold it there, sort of one hand, let it sort of stick to my head, and then put a mark there with with the tape. And hopefully it wouldn't move around too much when I raise and lower my eyebrows. That tape I showed you from whatever that Recovery or something is a poor man's version of the 3M Micropore tape. So I'd say definitely get the 3M Micropore tape. I'm sure I've provided that in the description below and have done for over a year now. Because I've spoken about it before when it came to marking for lace. But now we're doing the same thing as marking for lace. If this all continues to work as well as it is working now, I'm coming up to I'm probably at hour 22 now since I've had this on. I didn't wear my VR headset, so none of that was pushing back on my hairline like it normally would either. But I think the mask ends about there really, so I don't think it is really pushing up. But I do slide it back off my head in bed because I'm always lying down when I use it 100% of the time. I'm never standing up and using my VR goggles ever. I'm always lying facing the ceiling at all times, unless I'm lying on my side in bed, in which case I'll clamp it to my face. At the moment, I just want to see what this guy does when it comes to using the eyebrow pencil when it comes time to glue. I reckon he's going to cut the video short and not do the gluing, and he won't even answer that question. That's my bet. And if that happens, I'll just try to find another video where somebody does, in fact, mark it and glue it, and what they do to remove the eyebrow pencil, because that's not disappearing ink. He's using a black eyebrow pencil to mark these spots. And he's well within the danger zone where he will be gluing over the top of it, unless he decides to use tape or something weird. But he's really struggling to find the front hairline at this point. I'm just looking at rulers now. You would not believe how many rulers have a nonsense bit of arbitrary plastic or metal. Usually the metal ones are better because they generally start at exactly 0. But a lot of the metal ones as well have that arbitrary bit of extra before the 0. Why would anyone ever fucking do that? It's idiotic. I guess if you're tracing along paper and you need to start before 0 when you make the line, I don't know. Fucking morons. And then the other thing, when it goes from centimeters on one side to inches on the other, they switch directions, so you can't just look across and reference what an inch measurement versus a centimeter or millimeter inch measurement is. I don't understand how these people can breathe and walk at the same time. I'm trying to reason through this. Why is it so hard to measure things? You don't really need to measure it if you had an inverted if you had an inverted template, like I know that I could go to that leftover stuff I've got in there and just stick it to my face, right? I'd use double-sided tape to just hold it in position, and it would be the exact inverse of my hairline, and I'd just stick it to my forehead. There's heaps of room here to affix something, right? If you use just normal double-sided tape that we get as hair wearers, and you put it on the back, you probably take it off and put it back on. It would have enough stick to just hold in position most of the time. It might not have enough stick to prevent glue from leaching forward of that line exactly though. But you do not want to put glue along your forehead, because you're going to have to clean it off, and then you've got glue here and then glue here as well. No. You would use double-sided tape, and hopefully it does not leave a sticky residue for the short amount of time you're going to do it. But it's designed to stick to your head, isn't it? I think you'd risk that. So ideally you'd have just use the Stylist cap that I've got and cut out the inverse of the flexible template, stick it to a forehead, and you have to align it before you press down. Then it would mark exactly where your hairpiece had to land, and also mark exactly, based on my findings, where your undercoat would need to go. And you could just glue haphazardly and let the glue go from where you want it to be, which is up here directly under your hairline, precisely onto the plastic of the inverted template, which would get glue scunge all over it, but you just wash that off if you wanted to, right? Or you could just let it be messy, but you don't want it sticky and gross, so you probably clean that off, you know. But we're only talking about water-based glue, so it's pretty easy to clean off, especially if you're doing it, you know, immediately after you've done all this stuff, like as part of your setup. And if your hairpiece was already on your head and you're just doing the front hairline, you're lifting it up and all you're doing is popping it back down, you wouldn't really need. Yes, you would still. You would though, because using my new philosophy, the underlay is just as important as the glue. If this stays, I mean, it's not even, like I said, it's okay. It's been about 23 hours since I put this on my head, okay? And I'm not even allowed to have a shower for another hour or so, otherwise I'd ruin the curing process. But yeah, I think ideally, I was talking about the Micropore tape, but there's no way for that to mark the shape of the hairline. What would definitely create that shape is that Stylist wig cut to exactly the inverse of your template, and all you'd have to do to make that is buy a styling cap for $12 or whatever it is. Take your stencil and trace that front hairline, and then just cut around your forehead and just press it against your forehead. Now, it's not going to adhere without any kind of stickiness, but you want post-it note level stickiness, not stay on for 2 weeks level stickiness anyway, right? I would say you don't want to put glue on, it's too messy. You just put on, but then again, if you use tapes can sometimes be hard to get off. I doubt it would be hard to get off a styling cap, maybe. Depends on the type of tape. Let's say I use the strong stuff, like use Ultra Hold 12-yard tape, and you cut that out and place it around the front of this inverted thing that you've got stuck to your forehead. And when I say stuck to your forehead, this is instead of putting it around your entire head as a headband. Then again, a headband would alleviate the need for any kind of sticking, wouldn't it? Because it's grabbing around the back of your head, and so it's just working as a headband. But would it stretch out of position if it was too tight? Well, yeah, if it was too tight, it would. I get the feeling it wouldn't be too tight, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong about needing stick. Maybe we just go with a headband idea. Now, in terms of knowing exactly where to place it, here, here, and here, right? It's not going to be there. It's going to be up here. Here, 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 and here. I'm starting to think a ruler might be good. I'm not saying we could build a ruler into this thing, this headband. If I were to sacrifice my last, and I'll have to do it accurately, because how much do these things cost anyway? I'll look back at rulers later. But a Stylist cap, Stylist colouring cap. Let's just write Stylist cap and see if it comes up. I've got it in the description below, by the way. I just can't bother looking it up that way. I'm already on Amazon. Yeah, Stylist cap comes straight up with an option, and the first one is, for me in Australia, $14. It gets 3 stars, and there's one beside it that gets 2.5 stars for $10.99. So $11 to $13 by the looks of it. Some of these other ones are $15. So just assume it's $15 for one of those Stylist caps that I've talked about. See if you get a pack of 2 for $15. Let's have a look. No, they're all just packs of 1. I remember they used to come in packs of 2. And a lot of the other things on this list are just caps, because fucking Amazon doesn't know how to understand advanced searches. And they all come with that little metal thing. What is the word for it? Highlight cap. I'll type highlight cap as well instead of Stylist cap and see if I get better results. Highlight cap. Yeah, there are more results here. Some of them go down to $8, 2.5 star reviews, very low reviews. All of them are getting very bad reviews, except for the ones that don't have any reviews at all. This other one that has 4 stars, that kind of looks like that thicker one, just from the look of it, but you can't trust the pictures. That'd take 2 days for me to order that. 4 stars. And I've got another one here that's 4.5 stars, which I've purchased before. That's only $9. That's definitely the best deal. Yeah, I definitely look at the ratings on Amazon. You really want to avoid the low star ones. And why pay more? So just go get the $9 one. I'm looking at Australian dollars here, by the way, not fucking the 5-cent ones you can get in the United States. Yeah. You can get a pack of 2 for $9.30. Look through the list, dude, because if you don't, you're gonna be paying double for no reason. Get a pack of 2. Oh, this one's 3 pieces, but that's $29. Only 3.5 stars. This one's only $7.99, $8. I prefer the thicker ones, because you can trace them without them flopping after you cut them out. Those thin ones I was using today or yesterday or whatever it was, are not as good because they're too floppy. The material's too thin. Still works, but it's not as good. Yeah, some of these other ones, $41, but it does come with a whole bunch of other stuff, so that's not the same thing. Yeah, all right. There are even ones you can get with like a neck brace. You can just, the whole thing comes over your head. It's $80. That's very advanced. Don't need that. Just get the ones that are less than $10, or unless you can get one that you get 2 of them for, I don't know, $8 or something. But you want the thicker material. I would pay more for the thicker material ones if they're being honest about what they're selling. I found another one just now, $6.65. That one's got 3.5 stars. Borderline best deal so far. Don't worry about all the bumps and everything all over it. It doesn't affect us really. It's fine. You don't worry about the bumps. It's going to have holes or bumps designed to pull hairs through so you can do highlights or something. I don't know what I think it's for highlights. So you can color the ends of your hair or something. It doesn't matter what its original use is. It serves our purpose perfectly, so long as we cut it out nicely, because it holds its shape up around the curvy areas, and as you know, it does not work down well at the lower part when you cut it out. I had to learn that yesterday when I cut it out, and it didn't grip to my head. it will be rounded, which is what we want, because that's the shape of our heads. It's the shape of my head. I don't know what the shape of your head is like, you weirdo. Seriously, I'm getting a fucking headache from this shit. Trying to find a ruler that starts at 0, where the plastic begins, or metal at this point, I don't give a fuck. I want it to start at 0. I want it to be thin. If it's flexible, some of them can be folded. That'll be fine. In fact, I'm starting to think that if I did buy a flexible one, scissors might just chop right through it and I could just make my own 0 and maybe sand away the very edge of it so I don't cut myself on it. But fuck, man. Most rulers that have both the imperial, which is the, third world country measurement system, and metric system, the advanced, more technological aged, just contemporary, basic common sense countries, measuring system, they flip it. They fucking flip it every fucking time. Is this because they can't think of how to flip the numbers when they print the fucking numbers on the thing? Why would anybody want the thing to be backwards and you got to flip it? Just put 0 always at one end, you fucking idiots. And don't put that arbitrary plastic or metal to start with. What, because your printer couldn't print off the edge? Just shop it for the customer before you sell it to us. Fuck, this is so ridiculously hard. And by the time I provide you with a link, I'll have put in a few hours of work just researching where the fuck to source this from. And I'll try to make it on Amazon America, as always, for you. Majority of you who are still in America. Everyone else is going to have to look it up themselves. Or they just click on the link that I've provided and just try to find the equivalent. Or use Google image matching to try to get it back to it. An Amazon near you. But I still haven't found it. I found a bunch of lice combs, though. Lice combs seem to be very tight teeth on the comb. So hopefully that would be a tool that I could sometimes use to get glue out of my hair. Quite well. They are going to be metal, so hopefully I don't rip holes in my hair pieces trying to get glue out of them, but it's all up to how tender I am with it, and I think I need it. I'm going to order another couple of styling caps as well, just in case I go with that whole headband idea, and it seems that I'm continually going back to those Stylist caps for most things. Highlight cap, colouring cap, whatever you want to call it. I'll provide a link. In fact, I think I already have provided a link from Amazon USA. What is your country called, by the way? Is it called America? I can never figure out what your country is called. The United States of America? Is US, us? Is that just short for United States of, you just assume America? Because there are a lot of countries with states. I live in the United States, the United States of Australia. We don't bother mentioning that because it's just obvious, so we wouldn't call the country after what association our states have with one another, but each their own. Sorry. At least it's a shorter name than the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. That's a mouthful. Most people don't even know what their country's called. Some people say they live in the country of England. I don't think England's been a country since 1703. Something like that, right? It's now just a province. And you might say, oh, it is called a country. Yeah, it's called a country because you guys haven't thought of the actual name of it and you're proud of your heritage. But it's not a country. Like, show me where on your passport it says England. It says Britain, which is short for the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. That's the name of your country. And you might say, no, that's the name of our union. Okay, well, what's European Union? You're not part of that anymore. What was that? See, one day, potentially Europe, the whole thing, which you could probably fit, I don't know, 3 or 4 Europes inside Australia. It's tiny, the whole thing's just tiny. It's really small, right? Seriously, you could cycle across it quite easily. Not easily, I wouldn't, I'm a fat ass, but I'm saying you could. We need to talk about, I don't know. You've got much more heritage and culture in terms of white man than I do in my country. I'm blind to most Aboriginal issues. But I know a lot more about Aborigines than most international people would know about Australian Aborigines. Aboriginal, I think, is the general term for any native race of people who are originally inhabitants of that country. But Aborigine is specific to Australian Aboriginals. You can use them interchangeably probably, under most circumstances with the Australian Aborigines, but you couldn't say Aborigine for a caveman from fucking Europe, I don't think. But there wouldn't... At what point in history does somebody become native? How long do you have to be there for before you're native? Are there any white Aboriginals? Like, are my native people from the Arctic or some shit like that? I don't know. How far back do we go before somebody acquires the status of native? I mean traditional native, not just my country of birth or something. I'm only 48. That's not enough time, surely. Like a vintage car, what is the age of a vintage car before you can get special insurance and benefits of paying lower registration fees or something like that? It's got to be like 25, 40 years or something. There'd be a threshold mark. It might be country specific, but anyway, I'm just saying, rulers and Aborigines, how do I jump to that? You just heard me talk. You look it up. Rewind it if you didn't understand how that link was made. Still can't find a fucking ruler. I'm leaning towards flexible, because if I place it here and I want to flex it to there, that's a sharp, straight ruler. And I don't really want it to be more than 4 inches. The shortest I've found is 6 inches, which would be okay if it was sort of flexible. We'll go with that. I just want to be able to grab it with one hand, put it against my hair and go, my hair is 4 inches long now. I don't want a caliper that slides up and down and is fiddly with one hand while I'm using my other hand for 16 other things. It has to be short, stay up of its own volition, not that floppy that just bends while I'm just trying to hold it against there and lift the other hairs up like that. No, it has to be somewhat rigid, but I don't want it really hard and rigid that it seesaws over the massive lump, which is my brain trying to escape and take over the world right here. So I'm gonna just keep searching for you motherfuckers. Click like. Guys, seriously, this is doing my fucking head in. If you can find a flexible ruler that you can press against your forehead and it'll go 6 inches, 15 centimeters across your forehead like that, or you can just stand it there because the zero has already been pre-cut for us, so we just stand it there and just see how long your hair is at any given point without you having to chop it. Please let me know. All I can find is a metal ruler that starts at 0. All the plastic rulers have that extra bit because they wanted to save money with the printing. It would have been too hard for them to cut at one end. And all the plastic rulers also seem to start at 0 on this end and 0 on the other end, so you never know. It never aligns what the measurement is for both imperial and metric simultaneously. It's too much to ask these fucking pieces of shit. I'm sure it exists somewhere in the world. There are flexible rulers that never meet 0 on the same end for both. They're transparent, never thin, so you can quickly and easily gauge it. They're always about that thick, alright? I want a thin little ruler. I've had one before. I don't know what the fuck it is. I've looked at key rings, probably too short, only over 2 inches long. But if we're going to get a ruler at all, why not let it serve all purposes, right? Since we're doing the research, you want something 6 inches, maybe 6.5 inches, but 6 is pretty common, I think. So 6 pretty much covers my span. Sometimes you might need 7, and especially if you're going from back to front here, you'd need it to be a flexible ruler. You want to measure from your hairline all the way to the back of your bald spot. You might want 10 inches for that. So the thing is, most of you don't care if it's in the poor man country, imperial measurements, or if it's just in your own metric or whatever. But I need to show you for this web series or whatever you call it, so you can all see what the fuck's going on. And I need it kind of thin. Like I prefer the ruler to be thin, so you can just go boom from there to there and boom from there to there. Flexible. There are long floppy ones that are like a whip that might be useful, but that's like material tape. I've already got that. I want to do it with one hand, not 2 hands, okay? I want it to stand on its own, and if I press it there and then I just flatten it around the shape of my head, it'll just do that too. There are flexible rulers available. I'll have to chop them, and they're not starting at 0 from the same end either. It's going to be sharp. If I get a metal ruler, it's a sharp thing you're going to be placing on your head all over the place, and it's sharp and it could cut you. But I might have to choose that because there's nothing else. I find a lot of 6-inch, 15-centimeter rulers that are metal. You can't see through them. They're very sharp. You could totally stab yourself with it. But that may be all there is. And they're quite wide, unfortunately. And they're definitely not flexible enough to round the shape of your head that way, and definitely not that way. For those sort of things, you're going to have to probably use measuring tape. So transparency is not fundamental necessity. I'll keep searching. You search too if I don't find it, okay? I'm probably going to have to settle for a metal ruler, so we can have 0 starting from the very beginning, and having 0 for metric and imperial both starting at the same end. So we can just look across and cross-reference what the measurement is for both. My search is over. I'm just going with a 15-centimeter metal ruler, but luckily it's got some color on it, so it looks less sharp. It actually comes in a 3-pack, but it's cheap enough that you don't have to worry. It'll be like a 15 centimeter 6-inch plus a going up to 12-inch 30 centimeters. Yeah, that'll do. I'm not going to find one that flexes across the forehead in both units of measurement. These ones definitely start at 0. I can press it against my head. That'll be the exact amount. But getting from there to there, from the corner of my eye to up there, whatever that leading edge is on that side. Hopefully, if I flip the ruler, I don't know. It'd be good if you flipped the ruler and it was the opposite. That means if you flipped it, it would just be centimeters that way on this edge. And if you flipped it, it would be inches on that side. That'd be ideal. I understand why rulers are made, especially when they're transparent, to be flipped, so that, because most people in Western culture go from left to right. That's why. But it's still not a good enough thing. You can't cross-reference, so that's shit. When trying to figure out a point on the face or ears, whatever, that does not move no matter whether or not you raise or lower your eyebrows, all this skin from here all the way down to basically this line here. I mean, some people don't get that line, right? That line there. But I'd say that's not pushing down as well, because this skin here is firmly attached to the nose, whereas this skin is loose around here. So there must be a point at which, even if you don't get that line, I could say it's directly in the middle of where the tear ducts remain. So your eyes do not raise and lower when you raise your eyebrows. These tear ducts do not raise and lower. But a central point, whether you're leaning your head forward or leaning it back or whatever, this line, if it exists on your face when you scowl, should always be the same. So if you marked that, which you could easily wipe off with any marker or eyeliner pencil, then you could potentially measure from there to where you decide your hairline should be, and you measure it with a ruler. Doesn't even need to be flexible unless you're a fucking Neanderthal. You get a straight line, and then you could just, using the ruler I've just ordered for you, right? It's going to be a flat metal ruler, it doesn't matter. Don't cut yourself, because it's going to be a sharp edge. I couldn't find you a soft one, I'm sorry, but at 0 is going to start exactly there. It'll tell you in both centimeters and inches, that distance, which may fluctuate as this bit raises and lowers, if it does or not, I don't know. But if it doesn't, if that sort of stays still, which I feel it kind of might, where the hairline is, because there's different forehead meat to scalp meat a little bit. If that's the case, then you just look at where the skin stops moving. And that's your hairline. If I mark something on there, would it raise and lower? I can feel I can feel it moving under my finger. But if I use my fingernail, is my finger moving up and down with my fingernail just resting there? That's where I think my hairline should be. I told you it was about, my hair has been placed incorrectly about 5 millimeters too high. So I think my hairline should be there. But if I put my fingernail there, can I feel it moving? Not much. If I put it there, yeah, I can feel a lot more there. So potentially that could be the measuring method. You don't need a ruler or anything. You just need to put your fingernail on your forehead and raise your eyebrows and lower your eyebrows as far as they go. And if your finger's moving, then you haven't reached the scalp yet. Though I feel it kind of is still moving up there. No, go with the ruler method. Take this cross point here where your eyes are, wherever you want to measure from. I would suggest this part here where your nose is fixed to the bone. The skin of your nose is fixed to the nose bone. I don't know if everybody's noses are the same in this way. I think they probably are. Put a dot there. Hopefully it doesn't raise and lower because I'm wrong about this theory. Worst case scenario, just measure from your, what's this thing called? Anyway, where your nose meets your lip. And don't fucking do this shit. Just leave your nose still. That's not being affected by the eyebrows at all. But then you'd need a flexible rule. No, forget that. Do this one. Start from there. Find that distance. Hopefully it doesn't raise and lower. If it does, pick the middle of the lowest and the highest points maybe. I don't know. Then we'll be making a headband probably out of that Stylist cap. I've just ordered 2 more. I'm about to, with a bunch of spanners and other stuff I need. And a lice removal comb. Then we'll put the headband there, and then we'll just kind of guess where the rest is supposed to land, maybe, I don't know. We'll have the ruler then we'll go fucking... We might be measuring from the outside edge of the eye. Unfortunately, that's putting a fucking metal sharp edge ruler right on the edge of the eye. Don't know how to help with that. We're going to draw a straight line across our faces so we have a flat plane from which to measure everything. Because I don't think my finger is raising and lowering from this point here. There's no way to measure all of that if you don't draw a straight line across here. This is a malleable movement zone all across the forehead, right? That's the problem. We need a flat point. If we need the measurement there, and the measurement there, and the measurement there, we're bonza, pretty much. But knowing that's a straight line instead of drawing a straight line like that or some other nonsense, if we don't do it correctly. So I was thinking we could measure, we could just say, all right, when your eyebrows are neutral and you're not raising or lowering them, that shouldn't be hard to achieve, right? The edge of your eyebrow, but then your eyebrow hairs might change if you chop them and stuff. I don't fucking know. That's not as close to your eye then, it's not as dangerous. Then go, all right, what's that distance to there? Before you hit this hair here, which you're not going to be shaving off, right? What's that distance? Measure that. And when the headband is on, just stretch it into position so it lands there and just keep checking occasionally. Is this the fastest and most useful way to do it? I don't know. It's not a solid piece of plastic. It's a flexible piece of plastic. It will maintain its shape if everything's in accordance, but with the headband idea, you don't need to put any tape on your forehead. Like, there are 2 options here that I can think of to create a good inverse template. An inverted template. One is you stick something to your forehead. That's first method. Second method is headband with the inverted cut out of your shave zone. It's stencil. It's an inversion. With all the hair, with all the plastic around the edge here, you will know exactly where to put it because that's where you've shaved, or that's where you're bald. Here, you're bald all the way up, so there's no way. You need to find some place to put it. And because I've discovered it is now 24 hours since I put this hairpiece on, and it's not lifting at all. It's fucking brilliantly secure. Not that I've gone for a jog or been in hot weather. The temperature in this room is like heaven would be. It's fucking amazing. Love the temperature in this room right now. So it's not lifting. It's fine. Not sweating. Haven't sweated at all in the last 24 hours, basically, out of, not visibly, not dripping. I often have in the past, but I've lost about 13 kilograms off my body in fat weight loss. Thank fuck for that. That's about, I don't know, half of a luggage that you can carry on a plane. So that's good. It's easier for me to get out of a chair and I'm not puffing and wheezing as much as I used to. If you've ever lost weight, and I've lost 22 kilograms in the past before. I put it back on. Now I'm taking some back off. I'll probably yo-yo, fluctuate for a while. Anyway, if you haven't lost weight before and you've been fat, and you are fat, lose it. It's good. It's worth it. You don't need Mounjaro or Wegovy or Ozempic injections, but it does help. Not as hungry. If you've got no discipline and willpower to just go, I am the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Yeah, just start injecting yourself with this stuff. It's fucking expensive. About $600 a month. But I think I'm probably saving that in food. So, choose food or injections. Which one do you want? In combination, if I was to go on, you know, like a protein shake diet and have liquids and stuff, I'd lose even more. Plus, if I was burning calories from not just sitting around in a chair all day, I'd lose even more. Right? I'd be burning calories. You could skip the injection part, just have protein shakes and soup and chewing gum. I've done it. That's how I did it the first time. I hadn't. Wegovy and Mounjaro, they only just got invented, right? That certainly didn't exist when I lost my 22 kilograms. But I've got to say, I'd just broken up with my girlfriend of 3 years at the time, and I was motivated. Filled with, you either get busy living or you get busy dying. That was what gave it to me, and I was walking with massive heavy weights. Probably fucked my back a bit doing that, but I walked at least 10 kilometers a day at that point. That was fucking... If you walk 10 kilometers in a day, you're burning a lot of calories. Yeah, so what was that? 1.6, oh sorry, 6.6 miles, I think. That's my guess. Alexa, what's 10 kilometers in miles?
I'm not aware of any such particular events happening.
Alexa, I'm not asking you about events. Alexa, do you not understand my accent? Alexa, can you please answer a question for me?
I'm not quite sure how to help.
Alexa, turn the volume up to 3. Alexa, change the volume to 3. Alexa, change the volume to 3. Alexa, what is 10 kilometers in miles?
I'm not aware of any such particular events happening or coming up for miles.
Alexa, can you tell me what 10 kilometers is in miles, please?
10 kilometers is about 6.2 miles.
Oh, I was way off. Yeah, okay. 6.2 miles. If you walk 6.2 miles a day, you'd be burning a lot of calories. And if you're still fat after doing that, you're eating a lot. You're going to have to double how far you walk, because no one wants to stop eating. Unless you have Wegovy or Mounjaro or something like that, which makes you not really that hungry. Neck skin from being old. Permanent necklace. I've lost weight with Mounjaro. This thing. I put this on my face every day, pretty much. I go in there, right? I haven't had a shower since I put this hairpiece on. I think it was 2 days ago, maybe more than 48 hours ago. 2.5 days probably, okay? So I put this on my face. As you can see, the top part doesn't touch here, but this part probably does. So when I put it on, it's probably scuffling around and jiggling the front hairline heaps. Let's have a look at the hold. After 2.5 days of using my new method, not my method, it's just probably the way you're supposed to do it. They do say 3 to 4, they don't say on the bottle, but I think if you go to their website and just from word of mouth, I know. And the packaging, I threw it away. It might have come with instructions, I didn't read them. But they had ample space on here to write the instructions, but they choose not to. It's working well. And it's not sticky and oozing and gross, like Ultra Hold. Am I filming in cinematic mode? Why am I so cut out and why is this taking so fucking long? I think I am. This could be a problem. I'd rather not deal with iPhone's idiosyncrasies. I'm gonna have a shower for the first time now. I'll be careful. I won't scrub here around this. But as it stands, even though I misplaced that and I should have pushed it a bit lower when I placed it, it's kind of good enough if I style my hair. Also, I've got a hair dressing appointment at, you can't even see anything with this cinematic mode, at 3 o'clock. So I will get the thinning shears from the hairdresser. Even though it hasn't been 6 weeks, it's probably too soon. But I feel like this area on the sides here is sticking out too much. They might just tell me, don't do it now, it's too early. But I don't think they will. They won't be that honest, probably. They'll do it even if it's going to be detrimental to my hair, maybe. Depends how good they are. Don't know. I think what I'm trying to do with all of this, by the way, I'll take a finasteride tablet. Finasteride, not finasteride, I've been saying it wrong all these years. Not in cinematic mode. This is F1. I'll have a shower. Okay, just had a shower. Use this on the sides. Do I get rid of the greys? It's hard to tell. It doesn't happen immediately, it happens after a few washes. And I was careful back here and I was careful here, even when drying my hair just then. I'm not even going to brush it right now because I want it to re-solidify. I have been thinking about how to make it re-solidify faster. I was thinking when it comes to heat, maybe a bag of peas from the freezer, just hold it against your head for 5 minutes. If you're really hot there and it feels like it's lifting or whatever. But I don't know if you can really restore glue after it's melted. It's sort of lost its molecular integrity. The other thing is dry it with a hairdryer if there's too much moisture. Or just go into a warm, not warm that you're sweating, a room that's room temperature, 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 75 is it? 20 degrees Celsius, that's 70. Maybe 71. Alexa, what's 20 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit?
20 degrees Celsius is 68 degrees Fahrenheit.
Way off. 68. That's 20. I think room temperature really you might consider to be 22, which may get us closer to that 71.8. I don't know. I'm going to say 72. Alexa, what's 22 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit?
22 degrees Celsius is 71.6 degrees Fahrenheit.
Close. All right, I'll clean up a bit. If it's the 24th today, yes it is. I should be getting some stuff from Amazon, including a couple more of those Stylist caps and the new ruler. I think that came today, should come today. It's not like I need it immediately, but I'll be able to show it to you. It probably is really sharp and stabby. because I couldn't find a plastic or a malleable one that started at 0, and I couldn't be bothered shopping it. And I don't want it to be too floppy, I want it to be mostly not floppy. Like this is too floppy. And this is not starting at 0. Also, it doesn't have inches for you. And also it has 0 on one end and then 0 on the other. So you can trace left to right, I guess. That's why they do it. But it's not good if you're doing centimeters and inches. You want them in alignment so you can tell what each one is. This one only does it one on each side, which is neat and mostly useful. Worst case scenario, you just flip it and you have some way to just quickly check. But the one I'm getting now, that's going to be a 3-pack of rulers. I think it's 15 centimeters, which is 6 inches, then 20 centimeters, then 30 centimeters or something like that. I really just wanted a 4-inch, 10 centimeter one, so that'd be the length of the longest hairs I ever have. The fact that it goes 6 inches could go across my forehead, but it can't because it doesn't bend, it's metal. But at the very least, I can just place it on my head easily because it'll be that big. And then I can hold hairs up against it and just see how long my hairs are. And it'll be useful to see the distance between here and so on, potentially helping me figure out the best way to sort out the placement. Because even if I do make an inverted stencil, one that either goes around there to cut out your bald spot, mine will be this shape. Or the one that'll just be a headband. So either headband or all over cap with a cutout. Either way, I still need to know where to land it here and here. The only place on my face that is not related to any hair type markings, which are not reliable. You could say the top of your eyebrows, but they change so much. You might have to start going from where I said. When you furrow your eyebrows, right there, that bit there does not seem to move. It's directly in between your tear ducts. They don't move. So to measure from there to a place up here would be useful. But then when you get there, you still have to mark it with something. Because it's temporary and you're using it in conjunction with an inverted stencil, you may just get away with the comb marking method, because maybe what you would do is place the whole thing on your head, the inverted stencil, measure from there to wherever you think your hairline is supposed to be. The problem is though, no, there's no problem, because at your very best setup, you would measure that distance to the correct hairline distance and you'd write it down. In fact, you don't need to mark at all. You've got this fucking thing on your head, it'll remain tight. If it shifts, then it's fucked. But it's weird that I'm just standing here naked talking to you like this. If you just, and looking at myself in the mirror naked as well at the same time. Obviously the water was very warm today, looked like a fucking elephant. So if you measure this one time when your head is perfect, you write that down or memorize it. Make sure you have a wall where you can write stuff like this, just write on your wall. No, you can write on your phone, okay? That distance, probably go from outer edge of the eyebrow. I reckon, but then you've still got a moving target. But if you look at it, that moves the least. For me, and I know everybody's eyebrows are different, it basically defines your face. The way your eyebrows are over your eyes and stuff like that, and the distance and the thickness of them and stuff, it totally changes people's faces. But this doesn't move that much, this outer edge, for me. It would if it was up here, it would move heaps. It would move by about 2 or 3 centimeters. That's a crazy amount, very unreliable. You could go from there and then go up and try to figure out that distance there. That does move, doesn't it? Potentially in the case of this one, you might have to go from the ear. So that one to that one, and then the ear, I can move my ears up and down a little bit when I raise and lower my eyebrows, but not much. So you could go from the top of the tragus, that's not moving. This is very arbitrary and you never know exactly where you started from. Unless you rested but then your ear's bendy, so you could be pressing in hard. Or you could just say, don't press in hard and measure from there to there. But then where along here is the mark? That's the whole question. We'll figure it out. Okay, I've just let my hair drip dry. I wonder if I should give myself a haircut before I go, so they don't feel tempted to neaten this up for me, because after that they just get all fucking greedy and want to just take it all. Anyway, the test now is, has the hold along the front hairline remained solid? I shouldn't have to leave my hair unbrushed after a shower, but as we all know, the steam from the shower and the heat and the water and everything else weakens the front hairline. Didn't want to tempt fate. What I'm going to do now is just to make it easier for my hairbrush to slide through, I'm going to put some leave-in conditioner, though that could stop them from seeing the frizz problem. If it's not buffy enough, they won't know what to fix. Okay, I need to do this for you first. Another thing I really don't want them to do is try to style my hair in the way they think. I've never met a hairdresser who styles my hair the way I like. I look like a fucking poodle when I walk out. It's all just balancing. And then I see myself in the mirror after the hairdresser and I have to fucking get rid of all the work they've done. What I was thinking of doing as well for you is just using the Control GX hair dye on one sideburn only, so that we can, over the weeks and months, it shouldn't take that long, over the weeks, see which one, see if it's had any effect. Today I just went like that around to there. I didn't want to risk getting it in here, and before I even touched the stuff, I made sure this hairpiece here was all up with shampoo, and then I used the Just for Men stuff, Control GX, just there. Low down. I guess I don't need a side-by-side comparison of which one worked better. It'll be a matter of, has it gone grey or not? But then again, how would I know how grey it should have gone if it wasn't for the product? Got the corner triangle starting to darken here. I assume there's, why does it always happen? Is it because there's glue in there? I don't want to mess it. The hold feels secure. There's no ooze, the forehead is clean, just looking gently, doesn't look like there's any lifting at all. I'll flip the camera for you so you have a very good view. Hopefully iPhone knows how to focus all of this. It's daytime, so it's probably better visibility than other times. The other question is, when they do use the thinning shears or thinning scissors, is it going to cause unnecessary frizz as my hair curls like this, and then other little underneath hairs going pshwing because they're small and have been cut? Don't know. In terms of hair colorization, that area there that I dyed one time is still much darker than this, but because it's all quite dark now, it's harder to tell that there's a problem. Up here, because this is a brushed back stitching, we are coming up with two waves crashing at this point, but hopefully this is buffy enough up here, which is a good reason maybe not to thin this area at the top. The other thing is, right now, after having a shower and my hair still being wet, the buff isn't really a problem. So I'd walk in, I'm just hoping that my hair will dry enough and go buffy by 3 o'clock, an hour and a half. So they'll go, yeah, I see what you mean. You need to reduce the thickness of your hairs here. And thickness of my hairs is the very reason a lot of people who come to my channel who just love the idea of transplants tell me that I've got a great donor area around my head somewhere, because I'm pretty sure I have much thicker hair density than a lot of other people do. But most of you are not bald, at least in the horseshoe area, am I right? Some of you might be, in which case you'd be wearing a full unit. Don't know what it's called, I've forgotten. A topper is for people who've got male pattern baldness. The people who've got illnesses would need to cover all of that if they didn't want to walk around bald. And it's just much better looking than a wig, isn't it? Because if I wore a wig right now, it wouldn't look as good as this. Should I cut this? I feel like it's working at the moment. This length is the reason it's flowing so nicely right now. So why would I want to cut it? And I'm probably always going to part it either down the center or to the right, which is my right, not your right. And with my hairline like this at the moment, I'd be fairly confident with a brush back look unless I made the plastic too shiny, which is why you need more fairy juice. But not this one, this one. But see if you can find some of that. Send the link for the last remaining files, if you know where it is. But as it stands, this hair, with its current wetness and everything, is sitting fairly well from what I can see. What does it look like there? And what does it look like there? I'm aware that there's some kind of bald patch that's always kind of visible. I do have Topic. I'm not going to put that through before I go see the hairdresser though. And I never use it anyway because it's a mess. But if I was really going to be on camera with close-ups of the back of my head, and you see the backs of actors' heads all the time, like almost 50% of the movie of that person is the back of their head compared to the front of their head. Because they're walking from place to place, or they're sitting down and somebody's looking, the camera's looking down at them. I'm often sitting in a chair where people are looking down at me. I know you are. Have I been in focus this whole time? I hope so. I don't know if I am. I don't trust iPhone. So I went to the hairdresser and they used thinning scissors on me. They charged me $23 instead of the usual $35 or something. But last time I paid $90. And then I just saw when I got home what I looked like in a real mirror. You know, you can't see shit. He's like styling it himself. I'm like, all right, go on. I brought my own stuff with me. I brought my spray and my hairbrush, but he tried some new products and I thought I might as well give it a shot. But I walked out there with my face sort of, my fringe all flattened down like this. Much better when it's got some body. This is still going fucking well. I was sweating carrying all groceries up the stairs, but I feel it's secure. And if it wasn't secure, I might be tempted to test out my pee bag theory, or just some cold thing from the freezer. I got some deliveries, fine tooth combs, two of the same. In the picture, I thought they were two different combs, but they look identical to me. Supposed to be a fine tooth comb and a wide tooth comb, or maybe in the picture they were just comparing a fine tooth comb like this one. No, it was labeled on the handle. As you can see, these ones do not have any labeling of any kind at the front anyway. I think I've sort of squeezed to look behind. I don't think it's screen labeled. This is something I ordered a month ago. Can't remember where from, but it seems like it's rare now. This is color mocha, medium brown mocha. I think the last one I had was dark brown mocha. So I just, they chucked in a couple of these things too. It's very hard to read, but I think it says gummy. Might be easier for you to read now that I've said it. I'm pretty sure it's like samples for hair clay or hair cream, like mud or something. I've got a couple more of these things. I think I paid $8 in the end for the two of them. And sorry, what are they? They are the Stylist caps. Hopefully they're the frosted ones, which are thicker, but I doubt it. And the ruler. A small ruler that I can hold easily on my head to check hair lengths and stuff. Oh shit, it's only one-sided and it feels like it's already cutting into my head. That blue one is a separate of 3, right? So just look at the size of it. group wrapped, and then individually wrapped as well. Sorry, turtles. 20 centimeters, 10 centimeters, and 30 centimeters. The back has the inch to millimeter conversion, which might be useful. What's more useful? What would have been more useful is if they'd made it readable, because this dark blue is hard against the black, isn't it? At least I'll be in the well-lit room. These other two colors, that would have been better. I wish it had been that color, or that color. I could have chosen one with no color at all, but it was all rare, and I thought the blue kind of, even though we know it's going to jab us in the head, is at least it makes us think it's more like a children's toy because it's got color on it. So when we do poke ourselves, we'll just tell ourselves it doesn't hurt that much. It's just a bit of metal. Let me feel. Yep, that's fucking sharp, all right. Extremely sharp, and it's going to be holding it over my eyes often. One hand while pulling up hairs, and I was talking about putting it next to your eyeball to check the distances here. And yep, it will cut your eye, and you'll be putting force and pressure. Don't buy these, it's dangerous. Get a plastic ruler. I could make it soft at the edges like that. The main thing is that the base is flat with the zero, so that I can place it and then just measure things, or put it on a corner without having to look at weird marks and stuff. But at this point, I would say stick with a plastic ruler if you're going to try anything like this. With a ruler now in my hand, I can't see shit. I need my glasses, but if I shove this in my glasses, they'll scratch. I think I'd better think it out again. Shouldn't have done this. It's a wrong type of ruler. I should have just kept searching, but fuck, it took hours to find anything. You want a floppy, malleable thing that can just bend around there and bend around your forehead to get all the lengths and everything you need without having to deal with that gigantic material ruler. But at this point, this is not better than the material ruler, okay? I'm stoned. So I've got a double chin, but I'm pushing down towards the 80s. I'm 91 point something kilograms at the moment. So that's a very good relief. It's easier to get out of a chair now. I'm not as hungry, but I am cheating. I'm taking drugs to do it, to achieve it. Yeah, that's all the stuff. I just bought spanners as well. Doesn't interest you. Okay. It's hard to tell, but I think these are the frosted ones. A bit thicker than the really plasticky ones. So these could be better, but if I look at the shape of it, I'm not sure if it'll hug the back of my head and work well as an all-round. Oh, it does. Once it's on your head, it's tight. That's what she said. I've decided that this Usogo ruler might be softer on the sharp points if I stick it back in its original packaging, and then I would just put it on my head like that. Still sharp though, but I think there's a little bit of plastic give. Like before you stab through yourself, it'll stab through the plastic, so you get a second chance. Okay. 4 days I had this on. Using the right down to the front hairline gluing method, using this as undercoat as scalp protector, plus the glue that was on it. Not 4 layers, 1 layer on the scalp as a scalp protector in lieu of this, because this is sticky and gross. This is dry and I cannot feel any glue residue along the front hairline at all. I did use Ultra Hold along the back where this stuff is way too weak, because it's got to press up against perimeter hairs, and this stuff simply isn't strong enough to hold that. And as we saw in the shower using the plastic stuff on my head, when it gets in through a little gap in the back, it just comes in and sort of fills it all there. You know, the water just trickles through. You've got to have a good seal back there. I'm gonna have another shower in a second, but first let's have a look at this front hairline. I went to a hairdresser yesterday who debuffed it, who used thinning shears like this. throughout my head. Different guy. Instead of $90 this time, the previous lady charged me $90. It was one of those fancy salons. This one was more of a franchise one where they sell all the sort of hair products, just shelves and aisles. It's like a little supermarket for buying different hair products and so on. But they also have a hairdresser. So that was the kind of place I went to this second time. And it was inside a mall, inside a shopping center. Okay, by the way, that hairdresser has like 4 other hairdressers side by side along the way. Whereas the other one is in a busy street and they've got to pay a big rent. Although they'll pay high rent. Like if you rent a store in a mall, I'm pretty sure it could be up to like $5,000 a week or something like that. I don't know, I'm just guessing. I've just heard it around the place. About $5,000 rent a week to have a shop front in a shopping center. Probably goes higher than that. Gotta be the least amount of money probably. Because everybody's coming to the shopping center to shop, for sure. It's not like cars are just riding back and forth all the time and you might get one person try to find a car park in the traffic and come into your store and make appointments and all that sort of stuff. This place just gives you, that's why if you are doing businesses, it's often better to just group up with the existing traffic. Everyone's coming to the mall to shop, pay a bit more and get the shop front there. Or instead of setting up a website where you're trying to bring traffic in from ads, which costs a fortune to try and get awareness, just go onto eBay or YouTube or Gumtree or the big ones. Then you're more likely, or Facebook Marketplace, you're more likely to get people seeing what you sell. And often this is, I'm gonna be careful when I brush back here, 4 days. I'm gonna put a bit more in. What I want to find is that even after 4 days, which is a record for me if this doesn't happen, that there's no lifting whatsoever. I spoke about a potential remedy, and that is ice, a bag of ice, or a bag of frozen peas, pressing it up against the front hairline. I don't know that that would actually work. It might work in the case of when you're sweating, but I still I think the integrity of the hold would have been damaged and you may need to lift it all up and repaste glue on the front hairline in that situation. So this is after 4 days. I know I placed it too high, I've said all that, okay? I missed where it needed to land, which is there, okay? It's about, got my new ruler. And it goes straight from 0, so we don't have to think about it. Like I said, I think it's about 5 millimeters, and that's equivalent to, what is that? 3/10 of an inch. This is in tenths, by the way, of an inch. I don't have to deal with fractions anymore. Yes. So even in inches, I can use metric system now. That's the great thing about this ruler as well. No more. And on the back, I guess they're sort of converting tenths of an inch into quarters and eighths and stuff of an inch. Are they? Yeah, so 1/8 is 3.1780 millimeters. If you would even want to do that, come on. Just at least talking tenths of an inch. I don't know. Look, the reason I got it thinned is so I could style it better. So that it will follow the curvature of my head. After 4 days, I'm very happy that there's been no lifting. I've been very careful. I wouldn't trust it to grab it and pull, no. Like if my hair had a lot of product in it right now, you know, thick muck type product, I would, and then it was all through my hair there and I just brushed hard, I'm quite certain the whole thing would lift. but it can hold on its own under these circumstances. And usually I say I have to lift up and do the front hairline maintenance twice a week. So far I've had to do it 0 times in 4 days. That feels like a record for me, and I feel like this is the strongest hold setup I've had by day 4. Without any oozing, without any stickiness, without any cleanup at all. Because this stuff dries dry. And this stuff is wetter than your mother's vagina on a bad day, okay? So, I'm gonna have a shower, see if this lifts at all or starts sweltering. I'm gonna go in there and see if it starts lifting. I'm not gonna be rough with it, I'm gonna continue being gentle with it. All right, straight out of the shower, just towel dried my hair. I'm gonna dare to just brush it back now. While it's still wet, straight out of the shower. No leave-in conditioner spray. Being gentle, because I don't want to fuck it up. It has just been heated up and covered in steam and water. I'm not feeling safe. I feel like it's going to be a problem if I do this. Like, it's gonna get snagged somewhere and it's just gonna be a weak hold right now. I reckon I could expedite this whole thing by putting a bag of cold peas on my forehead, but I'm not going to. I'm not brave enough to brush that back nicely at the moment. And I just want to smell this, so that's why I'm gonna spray it all over my head. So, how is this all coping now that it's been thinned? The hairdresser said my bald spot wasn't bad at all. I think he's being kind, maybe. He was probably one of the campest guys I've ever seen. And I said to him in the mirror, it was quite intimate, eye contact. So, are you naturally this straight? Like, cause he had very straight hair. And I was like, oh shit, could that have been taken a long way? He immediately just kept on with the hair conversation without batting an eye. I'm not sure if he has. He's probably noticed that a million times. And also, I should add, I've met camp people who are straight. Not many, but you know, there are levels, you know. Like, I'm quite camp, really, because of my involvement with musical theatre and stuff like that. Just hang out with gay people. And I had gay friends. So I picked up their patterns, their idiosyncrasies and stuff. And I realized straight women don't like it. When a straight man has gay behavior, they'll love the guy because he's like, oh my God, he's so fabulous, right? But they'll be in the friend zone. They won't be getting any of this. I wonder how many straight women are willing to sleep with a gay man. I'd be willing to sleep with a lesbian, I can tell you right now, I don't give a fuck. So, it's all about what's on the outside. That's my main message to you throughout this entire concept of a video series. Yeah, it's what's on the outside that counts. That's why people have affairs with fucking bitches who they hate. Well, fuck you anyway, whatever, right? You're hot on the outside. I hate you on the inside, but I love you on the outside. I want to fuck you, right? And they're even betraying their entire family to do this. Not good, just real life. I don't recommend it. Do not have an affair. Break up first if you're going to do that. Break up and say, look, I'm attracted to other women. I've been fucking tying my dick in a knot every single day that I've been with you. I love fucking you, but you're only one. I need all. I need to see how far I can spread my seed. Over mountains and through vales. Is a vale a valley? I don't know. Across wide river passes. just watch porn secretly. I don't know, you can't secretly watch porn if you're married, I suppose. I don't even know what it's like to have that kind of aggressive, freedom hugging lifestyle to live with somebody else. But I know it's not good to be lonely, I can tell you that. It's awful. Maybe if you had different houses just close by, you and your wife or whatever. I don't know. I just can't imagine the same bed. I'd be too embarrassed. I snore like a fucking train, right? She would never get to sleep. And then I've got all these procedure stuff like mandible splint, CPAP machine, all these awful things. I know it shortens your life to have sleep apnea. I'm hoping that weight loss will solve it. I've had 2 sinus operations as well. That kind of helped. Not that the sinus operations weren't being done because I didn't already have bad sinuses. It's just that they just failed. They just didn't know what they were doing, even though they were the experts. It's a big deal to go to surgery for those things. The wadding, the amount of wadding you pull out of your nose is insane. It's like a magician's magic trick. It's fucking crazy how much of this stuff you're pulling out. It's not like this, it's like rope. It's fucking the wadding they show in there. Fuck, you're so blurry. Right. What's that like? It looks like there's no problem. I love it. I love this technique of putting this stuff down as a scalp protector before adhering a pre-glued hairpiece with this stuff on it too. So far, 4 days, about 3 showers, hot showers. I also just used some of that GTX just for men stuff, just in the shower, just then on both sides. Trying to get rid of grays or maintain no grays. As always, I took this area, which I've already dyed way too many times because it fell into the dye zone. And I put that up on my head while I was in the shower and just did it like that, using a little mirror I have in the shower. If you don't have a mirror in the shower, then you know what you're doing. How are you supposed to do stuff in the shower, like shave and all that? You need a mirror on a hook that's not glass, plastic. Look. Here's another one. This is designed to be stuck to a wall. I just use it as a handheld mirror. Just trying to see my bald spot there. Right, you need these things. I don't think it's too much to ask anybody to let you have a mirror in the shower. And I find it better that I can lift it off and see my face and everything, teeth or whatever, in the shower. Like, stuck on a wall, you can't do as much. I'm not saying get a double mirror system, like a proper one with a good lighting system in there, but that'd be better. Like if this whole area I was standing in was a massive shower, that'd be pretty cool. I just like, shh, just let it rain on me here. But the sink is gonna get wet anyway, it doesn't matter, it just all dries together. The floor, it all just goes into a... I've redesigned bathrooms completely. Let's get on with this then, shall we? I'm going to make an inverted template. I'm going to start by giving myself a peek hole at the front where my eyes are. So, how would I define where I want this to land? I want as much sort of grip up here as I can. I don't really want to drive my eyebrows, although that may be a good place to have indication, but this is stretchy anyway. So I need a texture. This one hardly draws on anything, right? Oh, it sort of does, but I don't know, not as good as this one. But this is pretty fucking thick, not very accurate. You see, I can see that better. So I'm just gonna give myself an area along here. What the fuck did I draw up there for? It's part of the area that matters. I should have gone straight over my face. This is all gonna wipe off though, so lucky we're just cutting it all out. Okay. This is in a good position. I don't know if there's a sideways thing to this. If you look at it, it's equally round in all directions, so it doesn't matter. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna make a line across here. I want to go with the curvature of my eyebrows, I think. Like this. Come down like that. And then just keep going across like that. Come across. That goes to the sideburn. Maybe the other one should go to the sideburn. Alright. Now I'm going to cut that out. I may tweak this in the future to have more indicators of things on the eyebrow and the face that may be useful to me for more accuracy, but I haven't got to that evolution of my thinking yet. So we're here back in the past when I first invented this thing. Get rid of that. Okay, now. For some reason it's landed really far back now. But we know where it has to land. It has to land over the eyebrows. So I'm going to stretch it down there. Such are the inaccuracies of this invention. Now, that's correct. So the outer edge of the eyebrows and it lands on the sideburns. So I know from those two things, you do need indicators on this to tell yourself where to place it and so on. Now in terms of this part up here where the front hairline would start, where I'd cut this out, I don't know how much this would stretch or spring back into the correct position when required. Now for here, where my front hairline should be, I would mark where the front hairline should be, and I would also mark where the edges should be. Then I'd take this entire thing off, and I'd place it on a mannequin head, and I'd put my stencil over the top of it based on that front and those two edge markers, and I'd trace around the whole thing and then I'd cut it out. Okay, for me that's just this area here. For you that's probably a full topper. So you're gonna do a bigger one. And hopefully it won't just go thump and just end up around your neck. We do have the forehead hold point, and we do have the base of the skull point, so they should hopefully hold it in position without stretching it open too much when you cut it. At the moment, I'm not going to be ruining this hairpiece by making it right now. Because it's got good hold still. We can check that now. It's been maybe an hour or so, maybe longer since I had a shower. So with styling my hair, now that they've put, they've used thinning scissors to really reduce the bulk, which I love, right? My bulk was usually much more Ronald McDonald-y than this. So I'm quite happy. So it was only 3 weeks between the two thinning shears, whatever they want to call it. These things. I had 2 appointments with 2 different hairdressers. They've made my hair so much more manageable without really taking off any length. Now, as I know with length, if I goes too short, I can't have this long. I want to have long hair at the front, and because I never really planned it or did anything about it over the years, I just kept cutting it short because it frustrated me how boofy it was. If you don't suffer from boof, then you don't know what I'm talking about, but for me, boofiness has been a major struggle, and I've always ended up just going shorter all the time, and then this doesn't work, and then this has to be shorter, and then it leads to other problems. I just want to keep my hair at least 2 inches all over, so that I have brushability, so that I don't have like little tiny short hairs on the side sticking out and it doesn't blend and flow. What I've achieved here is flow. And on top of that, quite a good fucking front hold with the glue. Plus, of course, in the last few weeks I've solved invisible roots as well. So well done me. fucking champion of the people. So, I will put something in it. What will I put in it? It's so springs back into the right position, and I don't want it to be kind of messy, and I do like it sort of flopping over my face, and I do like the hairs kind of being able to move in the breeze or whatever. I don't know. I feel like, given that it's sort of mostly doing what I want now, I'm just going to use, well, I could do hair oil, which is something that won't evaporate and disappear the moment it dries. But I haven't really understood if this works well or not. Given my hair is now so completely manageable for the first time ever, and the guy, the hairdresser, did suggest that potentially I get a keratin treatment, but he was talking about when all my hair is this long, right? Which is like hair straightening. He says it lasts for about 9 months. But I know my hair would grow a lot in 9 months, and the curls underneath would just keep pushing out. I'm pretty happy with the thinning scissor method. And I don't think you need to do it every 3 weeks if they do it right. Probably once a month, once every 6 weeks. Yeah, I'm gonna turn that holder on. Ready? But be careful not to get my fingernails in there. I'm always careful during this particular this particular wear. Don't know if I just coined that phrase. During this wear, I just coined a fucking new phrase. Well done me, again. Sorry, my arm would fall off if I had to tap my shoulder every time I fucking invented a new thing. All right. So that's hair oil. And it doesn't look dirty. It looks a bit wet, so it might dry worse. But I'm unafraid to have my hairline showing in parts through all of this. As long as the hair behaves itself. As you can see on the left-hand side compared to the right-hand side, the hair is a lot shorter. And so potentially next hairpiece, I will maybe keep a bit more length there. And as my other hair grows, I will not cut it down to 2 inches at the back. I'll keep it maybe at 3 as my hair gets longer. And I do like having some kind of length at the back. Not so much that I get a freaking bogan mullet. Oh God, my hair's actually sort of brushable now. We've still got this problem up here where the strands all split direction and so on. But I can sort of almost let the hair fall over at once. And even though I do have a perimeter here, which is kind of weird, because hairpieces don't have a good crown system, they've all got patoolement issues, it's better that I stop before I get to that point, given I don't seriously need to shave all of this good hair out just to address the thinning there. So I'm fairly happy with it. In terms of this part sticking up and this part sticking up, that would probably be best solved. My fingers aren't completely shiny and dirty from just touching that oily hair. I think it would lessen throughout the day as well. We'll get back to this project in another video, I think. Next time I have to take my hairpiece off, because at that point I'll have full access to being able to, you know, pull this all back without needing to be on my head. I'll just mark there and just trace it through, mark there and there. In fact, next time before I take my hairpiece off, it might be a good idea to mark this point, and this point, maybe trace an entire line on my forehead, then take it off, so long as I don't get any marker on. I'd use maybe washable marker, like, you know, these ones. All right, yeah. These ones. They're temporary markers. So that should wipe off the hairpiece base if it gets on there, which it would, because I'll be tracing right up here. Although I need to go about 5 mils lower. All right, I think that's it for this video. I'm pretty much like a superhero, I'd say. Like, I've saved the world, basically. The only thing I haven't fixed is this boofiness here. I think the oil last time didn't truly hold it down, but I did just have a shower, which kind of fluffies up there a bit. I'm gonna put a bit more oil in there, just see if I can get it to weight it a bit more. But I've got to also understand that even though it is sort of straight and it is behaving a bit better than usual, I've still got to concern myself with looking neat and not having all unkempt strands flowing all over the place. So I'm not sure that oil is the only thing I should use. I should probably style it a bit better than this. But compared to usual, I'm happy to have such controllable, less dense hair. Hopefully that'll just get better throughout the day, unlike my eyesight. Not hopefully, I still hopefully hope that my eyesight will get better during the day. Sorry, fairies. The fairies that I milk to get the shine killer. Should start praying to God again. I haven't done anything wrong to him for a while. Hopefully. The lack of shedding in this hairpiece has been very good. It's 0.06 millimeters. Can't remember how long ago I first put this on. It's been a while. This is really starting to stick up a lot here. I don't know what's happened. It's just really sticking up heaps there. If it was as long as this, it would flow all the way down and over. So for next cut, I will probably match this. I was actually thinking of cutting all this off, but now I'm thinking once it's long enough like this, it can hang better. So I might try to match this length. And I wish I had a ruler that was quick and easy to grab and just put, oh, here's one. Okay, so this is currently, fuck, you can't see, about 4 inches, right? And then it goes too short and starts buffing up where it's too short. But it can't be 4 inches dead on against a 2 inch. How is this? This is 2.5 inches, a natural hair. See? On this side, it's only 3 inches. So I've got 3 inches on this side and 4 inches on this side. Looks like I kind of need 4 inches. It goes over my eyes, which is not great. Also, you know, if I use different hair product, it would sit differently. It's all about what I put in my hair. Yeah, this chunk, 3 inches, I'm surprised it's just it sticks up so much. Is it really 3 inches there too? Not really, it's only 2.5. Yeah, 2.5 is too short for this particular hairpiece. I've often spoken about 1.5 inches being too short, being the shortest possible. In my situation, I've got sticky uppiness and then just a slight bend here. But that seriously, as you can see, does not happen here. It could be due to the way that the hairpiece has been stitched to flow backwards, but this doesn't look like it wants to flow backwards anyway. So I've got this chunk here. All these hairs are bunched together. I can assume that's only due to the oil. I don't think that, no, there's no glue in that hair. It's not messy. There's no glue, it's all clean. And that's what I fucking love about this glue that I keep on bending over the fucking bench and raping in the asshole because I fucking hate it, but now I kind of like it. We're falling in love. What's it called? The Copenhagen syndrome or something? The prisoner falls in love with the captor. Well, I've fallen in love back. You little fucking bitch, you. Because it's not oozing all over the place. Like this oozes constantly and lifts when it's hot and my body temperature. It's always been about the surface you put it on. People talk about scalp preparation, and then people talk about scalp protectors But this has been the best scalp protector I've used so far. Having a layer of this going all the way to the front edge, which will be more easily achieved maybe when I design this inverted template properly. Don't know yet, could be useless. We'll see. A bit of shedding happening. I play with the hair all the time, but nowhere near as much shedding as 0.03 millimeter poly. Like I've said, this is the best hairpiece I've ever had. And I bought 2 of them. I've written to Lord Hair and asked him about making me a custom rectangle and making sure that none of those Auschwitz tags on the fucking thing, because remember, there was no way for me to invert, like turn the hairpiece around so the stitching was all forcing the hairs down forwards, because that freaking Auschwitz tag was blocking my ability to do that. That would have resulted in the Auschwitz tag being right here, and there's no way to remove it. I tried everything, heater, everything, that glue, whatever they use to hold that on is absolutely the best glue in the universe. Don't know what it is. I don't think you can put it on a human scalp without like it dripping through your brain like alien blood. Don't know. Anyway, can't get it off. I don't want the Auschwitz tags on there. If they need to identify things for themselves, for the factories, they go, that one goes there, that one goes there, that one goes there, right? Fine, mark it with something, but something we can get rid of as the customer when it arrives to us. We don't want that shit plastered permanently, like it's been chiseled in stone onto the hairpiece that it looks like a fucking tattoo coming out of our forehead or the back of our head or any other place. Here's what it's gone. We know what we've received because we ordered it. Thank you. You can label it, sure. Find another way.